dragging me around, but I don't listen. All your critics on red, mind your own business. That's right. And run red lights. Now watch me fly. Got an angel to my left, devil to my right. We're going down. Hit the road, Jack. Won't come back, no. You can tie me. With a devil in my hand, now here's to the cheaters. Hey, 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 all the critics on red. This one's on me. Oh yeah, that's right. Got an angel to my left, devil to my right. We're going down. Little white light, I got these ties. Those who survive know the one more time. Forth and back, just like that. What comes around goes around, my man. Say hey, hey, say hey, hey. Forth and back, and just like that, you're going down for heaven's gate. I got a tail to my right, we're going down. feel the heartbeat inside. When you're drunk, when you're drunk, when you're drunk, when you're drunk, when you're drunk. Do you believe in magic? Do you believe in magic? When you're drunk, 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 when you're drunk. Me too, I'm just like you, and I need to fuck it up sometime. I'm stuck with ego trips and sex to a lovable bar. Sometimes I feel magic, but I manage to fuck up somehow. Getting drunk, and I'm getting high. Do you believe in magic? be luck. You used to be funny. We used to have time. Time without money. We used to feel bad. We used to look sad. We used to have luck. And time without money. a thunderstorm. Oh, here we go, 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 go. You're easy to remember, so hard to forget. Baby, it's a coward way you strut. Well, how could I not worship every inch your feet have touched? Baby, run away with me. You kill it lonely. You make my eyes unsee. All the crazy. You make my heart believe there's only one of you, baby. Run away with me. Don't leave me lonely. You make my eyes unsee. All the crazy. You make my heart believe. There's no more clouds on the freeway. Now tell me you'll stay. Gonna now and last someday. Here we go, go, go. Rose bed, fancy hotels, girl, you know. Baby, run away with me. You kill it lonely. You make my eyes unsee. All the crazy. You make my heart believe there's only one of you, baby. Run away with me. Don't leave me lonely. You make my eyes unsee. All the crazy. You make my heart believe. And we'll stay in bed all day. Make love in every way. Baby, run away with me. You kill the lonely. You make my eyes unsee. All the crazy. You make my heart believe. Oh, baby, run away with me. Don't leave me lonely. You make my eyes unsee. All the crazy. You make my heart believe. You make my heart believe.
Today is the beginning of the end and the start of a new beginning. Time has come to redefine yourself and let go of the demons in your head that have held you in captivity for so long. It's time to flip the page and prove them wrong. It's time for rebirth. Yeah, time's up to say goodbye to all the haters, doubters, and non-believers trying to bring you down. In the blink of an eye, you'll realize that there's so much more to the book than the page you were stuck on. Finally, you will feel free to live a life you love living instead of the life you think other people want you to live. Remember, you are the highest authority when it comes to knowing what you want and what you love. So stop trading yourself for the approval from others. Ladies and gentlemen, weirdos and geeks, please repeat after me. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a I don't give a fuck.
That's right. What's up, guys? Welcome back. Starting a little early. It's all right. Don't worry about it. I can do that. I'm the boss. Who all is in the house tonight? Let's take a look here. Who was first? Who was the first person? 60 Smoke says, damn, the only one here. But then Switchblade 808 said, not anymore. Glare 1%er, can't talk. Glare 1%er dropped in. Good to see you, sir. Hope you're still here. And then they had some chatting back and forth. I said we're going to start up a little early. Audi does use the triple box or 12-point internal wrenching bolts in some of the worst possible places where you're almost guaranteed to strip that bolt. It's terrible, man. You gotta use penetrating oil, man. Croyle, roast off, whatever. Gotta do it. Gotta do something. Thumping Weevil's up in the house. Effing Epic is in the house. So what's up? Why am I not on? Why am I not on the screen? There we go. There we go. All right. So it's chill stream. Honestly, don't have a. I mean, I got a lot to talk about, but I don't have a subject in mind. Going to talk a little bit about the debate last night. If you saw it, you know what I'm talking about. If you didn't see it, man, I mean, you missed out, but still, shit was rough. It was rough. I wasn't even actually going to stream tonight. I ought be getting my shit ready to leave Monday to go to SHOT Show. But I am sitting here with you guys. That's what's up. Got an idea for gun prattle. I should do a review of cleaners and lubes. I could actually, because I've used almost all of them. I have my favorites. My favorite is a product from Worth called Rostov, which actually freezes the bolt and has penetrating lubricant in it. So you spray it on the bolt and it freezes it, and then as it shrinks, and then as it warms up, it draws the lubricant in. It's pretty sick, pretty awesome. So. Clean 5 guns today. That's what's up. I probably should have, but I didn't. I use mostly Lucas oil products. For cleaner, I'm pretty ambivalent because they kind of all work the same. So, how did what work? 6. The Rostov works great. It's fucking baller. So I use Lucas Oil products for my guns for the most part. It's good shit. I know the Lucas family, and it's really really good gun oil, gun cleaner. They make a they make a CLP that's really good, and yeah, I don't use Frog Lube, and I think that shit's gone away anyway, but I never got into that. And bunch of cool shit though. Yeah, so Gun Prattle, I'm gonna try and drop an episode tomorrow or Monday before I leave. We'll see. I'm like running right up against Redline here. The grease is legit. I use the Lucas Gun Oil grease. Absolutely. I should be sponsored by Lucas. I like those guys. I use a lot of their stuff. Rim oil, but I gotta be honest with you. Standard everyday normal rim oil that you can buy from Walmart is equal to basically anything else on the planet. I don't care what the marketing guys say. You know, it's that rim oil it's great, especially if you're using it for like somewhere where a heavier, thicker oil is going to be a problem. So, if you're storing a gun for a long time and you don't want it to rust, you've got to get the Croil or all that kind of stuff. What do we think on Minnesota? I've done like 4 debates on this. I think my position's pretty known. I think my position's pretty known on all of that. Unless you're talking about the riots today. The riots today are fucking ridiculous. Yeah, Hoppy's Dry Lube is really good. Hoppy's Dry Lube, though, I only use it in very specific locations. And there's it's good, but it's not great. Yeah, Jake Lang. Yeah, check my text message. I got my ringer off. I committed the cardinal sin last night of having my shit on, had my ringer on while I was on the fucking phone. I leave Monday. I get into town Monday at midnight, and I leave Saturday. Or no, pardon me. I leave Friday at almost midnight. So I'm gonna be in town all week. Jake Lang is a Fed. I've heard you say that. The only thing I know that I have, Glenn, the only thing I know for a fact that I have going on through the week is I believe Wednesday night I have the guns.com party. It's a big party, so I'm going to go to that for sure. And I use there's something else. Oh, I'm Tuesday night I'm doing the night shoot. I'm signed up for the night shoot. But I'm pretty open. I can move my schedule around to some degree. You hear they use olive oil. I heard they used Palestinian tears. Well, that's what I heard. Use dry lube on the rails for pistols and on the bolts of rifles. I wouldn't use it on rails. I don't think it has enough. I don't think it gets rid of enough pressure, and I think you need the slickness of the regular lube. But I like the idea for the bolt on a bolt action rifle. Probably not a bad place. I normally use it in like a firing pin. Firing pins, I think it works pretty good. So Jake was trying to incriminate the Oath Keepers. and when they got indicted for seditious conspiracies. Yeah, that's not cool, man. That's not cool. Tim Hale, did you check out the debate from last night that I had with Soy Pill with a small s and the loser box? It really, now look, I hope Kung Fu Joe is listening. I hope he's around. I hope he comes on tonight. I really like having that guy around. He's cool. But I not only had to carry him, I basically had to carry fucking Soy Pill and loser box. So that debate would have been horseshit. Like, it was terrible. I ain't saying they're stupid, but damn, son, the IQ level on that show was only over 100 because I was on it. And I'm well over 100. You know what I'm saying? It was bad. It was bad. It was not just bad because they were stupid, which they were. It was bad because they continuously would not face questions head on. They just wouldn't. It was stupid. I gave them an exact hypothetical, and they would not engage with the hypothetical at all. Well, what about this? What, bro? Just engage with a hypothetical, give me the answer, and we can move on, brother. That's all. It's that simple. It's not hard. My 15-year-old boy can do it. My 5-year-old can probably do it. My 5-year-old probably could make better arguments than those guys. I'm just saying. Yeah, Soy Pill always relies on obfuscation and repetition. I saw him refuse to answer Tom Foolery about whether the road was being obstructed. Right, yeah, he just doesn't answer, right? Like, he does not answer. He literally, he'll sit there and say, well, Wednesday, okay. Let me check my schedule. Sorry, guys, I got a lot of stuff going on. It was a bunch of feelings. It was, absolutely. Soy Pills, that's why he doesn't get good debates anymore, by the way. Because everybody's learned that he can't actually debate. All he can do is sit there and look smug and talk shit, and that's it. He's got no argument. None. I even made a better argument for their side than they did. And I even told him that. I was like, here's an free argument. He got his shit pushed in on Tim Pool. He gets his shit pushed in everywhere. I'm just saying. Hang on, I got to find my count. Sorry, guys. Again, I wasn't even going to do this show tonight because I know that I've got to, I got to get my shit together so I can, because I got to go I'm leaving for Vegas, and I got, like 48 hours ago shit to get all the details together, but, let me check my, oh wait, here we go. Tim Pool is a tough debate. He's really quick with comebacks. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. But was he debating Tim Pool? I thought he was debating, it's like him and another guy. Like Tim Pool normally does those 2v2s or 1v1s where he'll have like people that are known in the space. Like I was supposed to go on Tim Pool and I turned it down. Not because I didn't like Tim Pool. It was because I couldn't make, there was no way for me to defend what they want, or to come at it, make the argument they wanted me to make, just because of that. Yeah, doing the culture war. Yeah, I get that. I do apologize, guys. But remember, this is a chill stream. And we chilling, motherfuckers. We chilling. Now, I'm going to be honest. We've got I've had a lot of people out there who, they'll say, well, you're not good faith on this, you're bad faith on that. But I got to be honest, man. I really feel like I'm like the ultimate in good faith when it comes to being a debater. And they were trying basically to accuse me of being bad faith last night when that's just not true. It just isn't true. Playing prideful, playing Santa Claus in 12 months, and Lily Phillips will be my Mrs. Claus. Anson, that's legit. I believe that. Glenn, I don't know if you're still listening, but the party on Wednesday starts at 7, ends at 11. If we could do it earlier, if we could do it at like 5, that'd be great. I don't know if you're still listening. But the guns.com party at SHOT Show is the event. It's the big party. You got to be there. I will actually give Soy Pill credit for showing up with sleeves last night, not being out there in a wife beater like he normally is, right? Normally, he's got to have that spaghetti strap wife beater on or wife pleaser, you know. We know. If you know, you know. Yeah. All right. So anything anybody else wants to talk about tonight? We can talk about Candace being absolutely batshit crazy. We can do that. You know, fucking time traveling and lizard people and shit. The X-Men. By the way, I had just assumed that everybody figured that I was an X-Men because it's the jawline. See, I got that hero jawline. See, everybody I just assume that people just know that I'm an X-Man. Right? Now, you can be forgiven for thinking I'm an Avenger, but I'm an X-Man. But Candace Owens is often good breeding stock. Well, she's definitely breeding. What did Candace do? Well, she basically doubled down on her Charlie Kirk bullshit, and now she's talking time travel, Project Looking Glass, and they went to Professor Xavier's school of, for gifted children's. They're X-Men. I don't know why she thinks that's a thing, but she's an X-Men. X-Man is the name of my OF channel. Actually, so some of you guys are new and you don't know Glenn Lawrence. If you're listening, please make it to the stage. What's up, MK Infinity? What's up, man? What's up? Divine 22, YouTube. We already talked about Jake Lang. We basically it's a chill stream. We'll bring up whatever you want to bring up, guys. Hey, by the way, like, subscribe, go tell all your buddies, bring them all over here. We'll talk to everybody. If she's bat shit, she should go by Guano Gal. I mean, that's not wrong there. What did Candace? What hasn't Candace? Project Listen Glasses. It's a black project that uses supercomputer to determine outcomes. Well, tell Candace that, because Candace obviously thinks it's fucking time travel. What's up, Cam? How are you? Yeah. So where the fuck is Glenn Lawrence when you need him? Because he gets a kick out of this every time I talk about it. And I own something that Glenn Lawrence really wants. You out there, Glenn? Are you listening? Is batshit like a new 2 girls 1 cup challenge? You'd have to ask Candace. I don't know. I don't know, brother. I don't know. What's up, Wiggins? How are you, sir? Quick advice if I want it. Anime thumb is throttling my stream in YouTube algorithm. Just saying. Really? That's interesting. Please hit me up on Discord and tell me more. So, again, I'm going to, while we're waiting on Glenn to get his shit in order, maybe he'll make it to the stage. Maybe he'll just talk shit in chat. Either way, it's fine. He's on the phone, so I can tease him and taunt him. But we're going to talk about something that I own that Glenn Lawrence would like to have. Here's the, been working like a Jamaican. You on island time, brother? All right. So if you saw the debate last night, this is how that debate went down. So I understand that not everybody watched it. And if you watch it on the replay, you might not get the same effect. Am I into precious metals? To some degree, yes. But not as much as some people are. I'm into real estate and things that are going to accumulate value very quickly. Precious metals is got some risk to it. Don't like it. Don't like it as much as I do other things. But if you watched the debate last night, it was Soy Pill and Loser Box or Loner Box or whatever the fuck he calls himself versus me and Kung Fu Joe. Now, Kung Fu Joe was a last-minute addition. I basically had to push him to come on because Tom was going to cancel the entire debate because he said he couldn't get a righty to come up and face these two lefties. I offered to go 2v1 because I ain't scared of those numbnuts. And it was pretty much, honestly, a 1v1 for a long time. The good thing about having Kung Fu Joe there. Hang on, man. I got you, bro. I got you. I'm just going to throw you into my Discord, bruh. There you go. Everybody go join the Discord. Everybody go join the Discord. There you go, bruh. All right. Just reevaluate. So I'll look at that. All right. So I convinced Kung Fu Joe to come on. Literally, I looked at my Discord, and like the only conservative that I knew was wasn't streaming or doing something. The only person who was online. So you guys who have yourself set to appear offline all the time, that's what the fuck ever. But was Kung Fu Joe, and I just did a debate with Desi on Kung Fu Joe, and I had an idea that he'd be an okay partner on this. He wouldn't, he wasn't going to fuck me up, but he would, I wasn't expecting great things. He did well. He held his own. That's all I needed from him. I called Soy Pill and Loner Box repeatedly on their bullshit, and they would pivot, obfuscate. They were strawmanning my art. Literally every time they addressed my position or argument, they strawman the shit out of it. Like they could not directly steelman my argument and give me the rebuttal position. They couldn't do it. They never did it. They never wanted to do it. Now, why do you give a shit? Because it's fucking funny. And these are guys who are supposed to be the lefties that everybody respects, and they're the top G's, and they're going to replace Destiny at some point and all that kind of shit. No. They got fucked up last night by a dude who, honestly, I prepared for a completely different debate. What's up, Powder Dusty? I'm getting ready to talk about something. I'm going to throw you a link because if Glenn's not going to be here, you need to be here for this shit. So give me 1 second. I got you, bro. If you got time, if you don't have time, that's cool. But this will be funny with you with you up here. It's not going to be funny otherwise. And it needs to be funny. All right, you got a link. All right. So in this debate that we're having, they wouldn't move off. They would not grant anything, especially not that the guy actually got hit. Even when you can see the car hit him, well, it just kind of brushed against him. It's a fucking car, dude. Like, what the fuck? So anyway, they were completely. It was a complete way. Pardon me. It was a complete failure on their part, in my opinion. They didn't get anywhere. They tried to get a couple of shock value moments, didn't really work out well for them. And then they tried to do the Ashley Babbitt thing. And I will freely admit that if it is the case that Ashley Babbitt was doing what they said she was doing, and the officers believed that the congressional staff were still in the building, which that story's changed like 4 times. First, it was, most of them. Then it wasn't very many of them. Then it was 2. Last night they said, well, there were two staffers still left that hadn't been evacuated. And the cops knew that and did not think to fall back to the next position and just let the protesters protest. So if that's all true, then it's a messy shoot, but it's a good shoot. They have a responsibility to protect the people, blah, blah, blah. But we're assuming a lot, and we have no proof of anything. There's never going to be a trial. There's never going to be any evidence actually shared. I know that Tim Hale's probably having a coronary or a fucking his blood clot in his head explode, because he's like, but that's not how it happened, and I know that. Right. I have my opinion. I have my opinion on what I think happened, but the problem is that we can't prove it. And there will never, ever be evidence released to prove it. It's going to be like the Kennedy assassination for the next 50 years, and we're not going to get anywhere with it. So that's just the way that's going to be. Sorry. All right, Dusty is up. What is up, my man?
What up, big dog? What are we doing tonight?
I'm doing a chill stream, and somebody out there was talking about how something about Lily Phillips and some website or some shit, and I said, hey, they asked me, they said something about me owning some website, or something was my OF handle, and I'm like, no, I have the website that people don't know about, that I still own to this day, and Glenn Lawrence wants it. And we've talked about this before, right?
No,
I haven't told. All right, so
hold on. Let me get some more pizza. I'll be right back. And then
you're gonna need it. This is gonna be fucking good. Y'all motherfuckers don't know what you in for. So anyway, they were expecting to get me to make all kinds of really ridiculous claims about Ashley Babbitt. I'm not willing to do that. I personally think that now my personal opinion is it's fucking, it is fucking murder. So it isn't new intel. It's just things that people forget that I've told people. And it's funny as fuck. Since we're doing a chill stream, it's going to be funny as fuck. All right. So let me So years ago, this is like 2005, 6, 7, somewhere along in there. I sponsored a drift team. And the name of it, so they had some shitty ass name like Trail Boss or some bullshit. And I said, that sucks. I said, here. And so I renamed the team the Industrial Sex and Magic Show. And I own the rights to the website. I own all of it. I have it all. Like,
so you own industrialsexandmagicshow.com?
Yeah.
And what's on it right now?
Nothing.
There should definitely be something. I think
You're just the right degenerate. You are just the right degenerate.
Idea. This is why you told me this. You're subconscious knew you needed me to help you figure out how to make this profitable. Let's do it. We need to hire some chicks that'll make things disappear. Let's go.
Yeah, it's funny, but yeah, I own that because I do. It was part of, we were dealing with all of the trademark stuff, and so it was a play on obviously the Industrial Light and Magic from Lucasfilms, right? So
obviously,
that's not where your mind went originally.
I'm not that big a nerd.
Okay, all right. I just assumed that's where your head would go too. So, but okay, all right. Anyway, yeah, I own that, and I have for like a couple of almost 20 years now. So,
well,
yeah, let's
see.
It's
a long time to pay for a site that's going to waste.
Yeah, I guess it originally didn't cost me that much. So let's see what I own: industrialsexandmagic.net, industrialsexandmagic.com, industrialsexandmagic.info, industrialsexandmagic.org, industrialsexandmagic.store.
You could use the .store to sell like your used socks and stuff.
Well, I mean, I can't because I don't do that. But
did I tell you about my brief enterprise into the fetish goods world?
No, you have not told me about that.
So when I was, I'm an entrepreneur, and when I learned that there's a whole world
of calling it now.
Yeah. That's the legal way to describe it. When I learned that there are whole like sites where these weirdos will pay money for like girls' used socks and old bathwater and bottled farts and shit like that, I thought that I had just hit the gold mine, because I'll sell you used socks all day long for $50 a pop. I don't give a fuck. But
I actually can see that about you. I absolutely 100% believe that.
So this is when I was still doing drug stuff. So I'm at I'm setting this. I find out about this. I'm excited as shit. I'm setting it up on my phone while I'm at my dealer's house. I was at my dealer. Now my dealer was a chick, and kind of a good looking one at that time. And
I thought you were the dealer.
There's multiple layers.
No, the only thing I know about the only things I know about the drug trade is what I saw on Miami Vice. And
all right, well, there's different distribution chains. She was up the distribution chain from me.
Gotcha. Okay, so she was your wholesaler, right?
So I end up using some pictures because you got to set up your little homepage, right? So I use some pictures of her, and without her face in it. I use some pictures of her, and I'm listing like socks and stuff, right? I'm rummaging around through her laundry and stuff. I'm just taking pictures of her shit and starting to list it. And I list, anyways, long story short, I set it up. I think I've hit the jackpot. And then it turns out all these dudes like want to interact, and they've got weird questions and requests. And like, it was just not worth it. I ended up selling her clit ring for $45, and then I just didn't do anything else after that. You bought it, didn't you?
No, I didn't.
I thought I recognized you the first time I saw you here.
That's a very strange story. Although Cam says that he could totally see you messaging some 67-year-old dude telling him how he's going to mail him his underwear after he wears them for a week without showering. I agree.
It's not the sale that would have bothered me. It's the interaction.
Oh, because you somehow feel dirty afterwards.
I feel like I got violated.
Okay. All right. So that's okay. Well, that's something at least. That's something. Mm-hmm. So before the chat goes completely insane, because
I'm not even looking down there.
where are you and Marte at on this debate?
Good fucking question. Let me check this mess X.
I identify as Belle Delphine. Here's my bathwater. Yeah, no shit.
Let's see. Thursday afternoon. So let's see. I suggested the thing. He didn't like it. I gave him 3 more suggestions on Wednesday. On Thursday, he got back. He didn't like any of mine, so he's suggested 2. And I said I would do either of his 2. I said I'm good for whatever of your topics you said. And that was yesterday, so I have not heard back from him. Actually, that was 2 days ago because that was yesterday at like 1 a.m.
What are you trying to debate? What? I mean, where are you going with this? What's
So I mean, honestly, I think that the first prompt I think that's an interesting topic, and that would make a good debate.
I mean, actually, I do too, and I think that obviously you often win a debate in how you word the prompt and how you set it up. So I understand the dance you two guys are doing. But I wouldn't have cared which way it went. I feel like I can make good arguments on either direction. But then again, last night I had to make an argument for Soy Pill's side just so it didn't look like they were completely fucking morons. So,
but yeah, I'm waiting to hear back from Marte at this point.
Mm-hmm. So
He's rejected all my prompts. I accepted both of the last ones he sent. So,
okay, yeah. I feel like you guys like there's so much angst between you two or something that it's just weird. It's just weird. Like it's not angst. It's you guys are just butting heads so hard, man, for no reason that I can see.
He runs his mouth a lot. He talks a lot of shit from his own panel or from a friendly panel. And about how every time I see Dusty, I stomp him. He gets destroyed. Blah 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 blah. And then when I try to set up a one-on-one with him, like it's like pulling teeth.
So are you guys going to do it on Modern Day Debate? Because Modern Day Debate is like it's always 2v2 unless you're like the pros.
Then no, we're not going to. Like I don't care where we do it. I just want to get it done. Originally, we were going to do it on VIX.
Okay. Is this something I should show?
Yeah, it is.
Is it cool to show?
To that comment so they can see that I have responded to him.
Okay.
It's just my X messages.
Okay. All right.
See that? Oh wait, hold on. Let me scroll down. There we go. Yesterday at 1:47 a.m. I responded. I said all that. So go ahead, take a look. All right.
Yeah, I guess I don't get it. You know, I think Marte is I understand both sides of you guys, you know, like you want a prompt that you can win and you don't want to have, you know, and he wants a prompt he can win. And
I think I can win anything except for he tried to change the prompt into something that was actually stupid as fuck. He tried to get for me to say that debate doesn't do anything to move the cultural needle. All he has to do is give one example and I'm lose. Like
well,
we have presidential debates. Obviously, debate moves the needle.
Yeah, I mean, it basically I don't know because I think that he could. I think you could do very well against that. But again, I don't know. I mean, look, whatever. But I mean, I completely prepared for the wrong debate last night. So this is what I'm getting lately, and this is what happens like a lot. I don't know if it's just me trusting people too much, or if there's some deliberate wonkiness going on when I debate, because this only happens when I go on the liberal panels. Okay. Now, when I go to
as a retarded libertarian, I'm in the middle of you guys, so I'll help you sort this out.
Yeah. So last night, I'm going to read you exactly what you didn't watch the debate that I had with Soy Pill, right?
No, I checked in. I saw a few minutes of it, but I didn't watch it.
Yeah, that's fine. It's cool. It's cool.
I wasn't apologizing. I don't know you shit.
What's that?
I wasn't apologizing. I don't know you shit.
Oh, well, it's still cool that you didn't make it. It's fine. You You could have, because that would have been you would have been a G if you had. But
Yeah.
you know what? Motherfucker. Okay, never mind. Does he have it here? Yeah. Okay. So he's like, I'm going to do a Piers Morgan style show with a bit more moderation. They did not, and production, just doing current events and news. We will likely discuss the Minneapolis shooting and ICE, possibly another topic if anything comes up. So after this is in my DMs, when he actually had the group DM, he says that it's going to be what's going on in Minneapolis with the protest and ICE and all of that. So I prepared for the ICE snatching people off the street argument, the whole, show me your papers argument, I prepared for all of that. They literally just made it. We spent an hour and a half on the shooting with Soy Pill denying that the cop got hit by the car. And it was the dumbest thing ever. And it was so bad. Obfuscations, every single argument that I made, they would straw man it, and actually they would straw man it and then loop around to try and engage a different point. It was bad. I mean, it was typical Soy Pill bullshit, but it is what it is. But I had prepared for a completely different debate. Like I had actually said, in my mind, I'm like, I've already debated the shooting in Minneapolis like 3 times. Like I want to move on, brother. Like I want to move on to the next thing. I'm ready to go with do illegals have a protection from being asked? And to the point, they don't really. I mean, kind of do, but not really, because ICE can specifically ask someone that they believe to be on a visa or some kind of immigrant for their passport, whatever documentation they have that says they can be in the country legally. You are required by law to carry that at all times if you are here on a visa or anything like that.
They can ask.
Well, so they're federal. It's not they don't need a RAS. They don't need it. They're federal. They're not the sheriff's department. They can literally come up and say, "Hey, Eduardo, you're Eduardo, whatever. I got your picture right here. Yep, that's you. I need to see your documentation." They can do that.
Can they do
They
that
don't
to
need
a
a
US
RAS.
citizen?
But it's a double-edged sword with him. So let's say that Eduardo's in the country legally. All they can do is ask him to see his and he pulls out his passport and his visa stamped. And he says, "Yeah, I'm good. I'm good to go." And I say, "Okay, Eduardo, you know what? Our records are obviously fucked up here. You're good. You're cool. Obviously, we're looking for another Eduardo." And as he's doing that, as he's putting his passport back in his pocket, some drugs fall out of his pocket onto the street. But the ICE guys can't really do anything about it. They can detain him until the cops get there, but they can't actually. They don't have powers of arrest like normal. They have to have a crime, have actual knowledge of a crime actively being committed.
If depends on the kind of drug. Because I was reading the law too, just because this is
yes, yeah. Well, you're right about that. If
it's a felony, if it looks like a felony amount of drugs, then yeah.
But they can't. But again, they can only detain you. They can only detain Eduardo until the regular cops get there, unless they think it came across the border. Like if
I think you're wrong. I think they can arrest you for a felony.
I don't think they have normal powers of arrest like a cop. But I could be wrong about that, because I literally I was only concerned with the scope of limitations on what they can do. Right. It's just like when they were going to yank the lady out of the car in Minneapolis. They couldn't actually. I mean, they could have arrested her for obstruction of their investigation, but they couldn't do anything about her as far as a traffic ticket or anything like that. All they could do is just hold her until the cops got there. And the cops can do it. And they will do that. So.
Okay, never mind. Yeah, I just pulled it up. You're right.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I studied this yesterday. So
yeah, no, you're right.
But I was ready for that debate. I was ready for them to say, no, they can't ask Eduardo for shit. And I'd be like, you're wrong, motherfucker. Because they can. They absolutely can. And if you obstruct their investigation, they'll take your ass down to some holding cell somewhere and stick you there until they figure out what to do with you. So, you know.
Wait a second. No, I think I'm right again.
Yeah.
Hold on. I got you.
Let's see what we got.
Okay, look at A5B right here.
Well, I can't. It's too far away for me to read.
Okay. It says so. Says any officer or employee of the service authorized under regulations prescribed by the general attorney shall have the power without warrant.
Mm-hmm.
And then section 5 is to make arrests, and then B is for any felony cognizable under the laws of the U.S. if the officer or employee has reasonable grounds to believe that the person to be arrested has committed or is committing such a felony.
Yeah. Okay. You know what? I actually do think I read that as well, but I interpreted it to mean that they had to like actually see and know that it's that you've committed the felony. It's not like they can have any suspicion or, like they can't.
Well, see, this is where because I was thinking of this one, number 4.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, there's a lot of different ways. But
it's a little confusing, but I think you're right. I think you're right. I think that if they actually see, like, if drugs fall out of your pocket, they can probably arrest you for that.
Mm-hmm.
So. Cam, I don't disagree with you. Here's the thing. I really try and only do debates that are new and fresh. And that's why I was a little annoyed last night. I really wanted to debate whether or not these Border Patrol or the ICE agents can just walk up to people. Now, again, the caveat
he's got a point though. Cam, we need you to join a debate sometime. We need some new blood in here. Nice grenade mug.
What? Black Rifle.
Have you seen my mug?
Yeah, I have seen your mug. I've got mine.
Nice.
I've got an actual Crucible mug somewhere. I think I have 2 of them. So
we could be doing this with matching mugs, almost matching mugs.
But
you could drink whatever you drink, and I can drink my bougie coconut water because
my kid loves that shit. He'll drink the.
I didn't like it until there was a summer I was working construction, and at some point you're like so hot so consistently that you need something more than water, but you're tired of Gatorade.
Yeah,
and the Whole Foods next door had coconut, and that's when I started liking it.
Coconut water has got a lot going for it. But I'm getting tired of doing the same debate over and over and over and over and over again. I really am. And I'm really sick of hearing the same people do the same debate over and over and over and over again.
The issue though, and I know that you know this, but the audience probably doesn't know this, as a content creator, these same old debates, the same topics, the stale topics, if you get more views that way. If you do an obscure topic, you're not going to get as many views as if you do the same old.
But it doesn't have to be obscure. It just has to be fresh.
That's true. Yeah.
Like I would, I think I don't know a leftist that would actually take the position in a debate. They'll take the position just bitching back and forth online, but I don't think they'll take the position in a debate that ICE cannot just randomly arrest people or confront them to say, hey, you look like this guy we're looking for. I need to see your ID, sir.
Well, I think you can ask anybody for anything that you want. It's can they escalate it from there?
Well, ICE can. They're federal. They're not. They don't need RAS. That's one of the things is that they do not need RAS. But
Which should outrage everybody.
you do have to understand that. You do have to understand that.
How
Unlike
does that not outrage you?
it would if they were just randomly targeting people. But ICE doesn't have. I don't think they're doing that.
They may not be. I'm not saying they are. I'm saying that they have the ability to. That should outrage everybody.
Yeah, I just don't. I don't know how you would express it otherwise, because the way that they're doing it now is, let's just say that my name is not what it is. My name is Julio, something or the other, and I am in the country quasi legally, and they have a picture of me because somebody's dimed me out, right? Or, you know, I got caught on a mini mart traffic cam that's linked into the Fed building or whatever, and facial recognition, you know, and after 6 months of going through all the pictures, it matched me with somebody coming, you know, matched my picture coming across the border. And now they're coming down here, you know, they come down and they say, "Hey, Julio, what's up? Let's see that documentation there, baby." And when I can't produce it, that's when it starts going downhill. Now,
right,
from what I've seen, and I've heard rumors of them just randomly grabbing people, but it always pans out to be that they had a tip, or they had a picture, they had a photo, they had a description, it was a targeted grab. Literally every single time somebody said, "Well, this young man and his mom were targeted by ICE and they're actually Americans." Well, no, the kid is considered an American because he was an anchor baby and born here, but the mom is illegal and came here illegally, and she's been working, you know, at this sweatshop somewhere, and that sweatshop got raided, and they've got her picture on the cameras or whatever. They know that they suspect that she's illegal, and now they're confronting it, right? So it's an actual product of an investigation. It's not just random, random shit.
We don't know. We haven't seen all the cases.
But I'm for sure. But literally every case that somebody brings up and says, "Well, this person did this," and that's an example of them randomly targeting people, it never turns out to be random. It's always there was an investigation. They knew who they were going for.
They'll always say that.
Yeah, but they also have to.
No,
they also have to prove it at some point.
No, they don't. They just say shit. The thing about being a defendant is you don't get to make press releases.
I'm sorry?
When you're a defendant, you don't get to make press releases.
Oh, I don't think that's true.
I mean, I guess maybe you could, but not from jail.
Absolutely, people do. Absolutely.
But my point is that, I mean, I think that if we started looking at these, what you would see is that you haven't seen any evidence at all for any of them. All you saw was a claim.
But I mean, when they go to court, there has to be evidence. There has to be something. There has to be something before
to take them to court first.
Okay, so hold on. Any lawyer worth a damn, if they said if I said, "Hey, we just rolled up on this dude and we just randomly grabbed him or whatever,"
they'll never admit to that.
Be thrown out.
They'll never admit to that.
Sure, absolutely. No, they'll never admit to that. But they're in discovery. They get access to what they had, and right. That's when that's the protection that we have, right?
Right, but you're assuming because nobody's held them accountable that they're
I'm not making guilty. Any assumptions. I'm just saying that's what happens.
If somebody has to decide to hold them accountable, and that's a big long. I mean, they do things all the time, and when cops get in trouble, cops are in hot water, they put you in hotter water. There's a reason I got raided 3 times.
Yeah. I look, I don't disagree that cops can fuck up too. I'm just saying that in all of the cases that have been pointed out, nobody has yet pushed one out where it was actually just random bullshit. Now, even if I will admit that, and I think that this is as close as you can get, is if you and I are, Juan and Tito, and I'm illegal and they have a picture of me, and they come to get me, and you're sitting next to me, or we're working together, whatever, they might look at you too, because you're in, I'm illegal, so there's a, you're guilty by association to some degree, and I don't know how appropriate that is. I just knocked the shit out of my mic. Sorry about that. But so I don't know. I need to do more research into that if I end up caring enough to.
But the other thing is that even if somebody is holding them accountable for it, it's not been nearly enough time that this has had attention that would have gone through court and discovery, and that'd be out. Yeah.
No, I don't. I mean, they've been literally going after ICE for a fucking decade, man. Like,
I mean, but
over and over.
Right, but in this vein, right? They haven't been. It has not been in the center of attention for.
Yeah, it has. I mean, like back at like 15 or 20 years ago when they killed that woman in San Francisco, when the guy who'd been out of jail so many times, been shipped across the border, came back, shipped across, came back, arrested, all of that stuff, and he shot that girl in the bay, and I can't remember her name because it's been 20 fucking years.
I don't really remember. I don't even remember the situation you're talking about, which kind of proves my point.
She was sitting on a bench meeting her father for lunch or something, and this illegal just randomly was shooting because he was high or something, and he shot and killed her. And when she she obviously died, that guy, when they did the investigation, arrested the guy, they found out that he had multiple felonies. He'd been deported several times. He just kept coming back. He was in a sanctuary city in San Francisco. Apparently ICE knew that he was in the area, but because he's in a sanctuary city, they didn't have the resources to roll him up and deport him again. And since he's in a sanctuary city, the local police would not help. That's they don't do that. So there's and that was 20 years ago. It's a very false equivalency to say that we are just now focusing on ICE. We've been focused on ICE for a long time and how bad they are at their job, and there's been a lot of pressure, and it's a response to this pressure that they continuously get.
ICE. Sure, there's been people pissed at every law enforcement agency since it started enforcing laws. Yeah. For sure. I'm just saying, like, it has not been the national center of attention, the global center of attention, maybe.
Well, right now it's center of attention because Trump is like.
My statement was only pertaining to shit that's happened really since that woman got shot, basically.
I got you. Okay, that's fine. I'm gonna hold on. I want to Naomi. No, I'm in casual mode tonight, right? I mean, I gotta. Now, last night I had the tie on. I had the hat. It was awesome. By the way, have you you don't wear ties much, do you?
Not anymore.
I have found in my life that there is something about a pink tie and a crisp white shirt that loosens panties.
Okay, I'll have to try it.
You should, anyway.
I'll have to try it.
Yeah. So anyway, sorry, Naomi, you should have been here. You were here last night. Okay, great. Yeah, last night I was studded up because my wife has made the observation that when I do these debates, I need to look better. And the so shirt, tie, sometimes a jacket. No jacket last night. Sweaters. I've been wearing a lot of sweat. I'm going back to turtlenecks. How do you feel about turtlenecks or roll necks, depending on what part of the country you're from?
Kind of indifferent. I don't own any.
You don't own any? Okay, fair enough.
No. I've got a pretty plain, like, Joe Cool has visited a few times, and one of the times he observed when we went to Casey's, he observed that every single middle-aged white dude dresses exactly the same. So I dress exactly like my environment. I've got jeans, cargo shorts, t-shirts. I have ties and suits and shit. I just don't wear them anymore.
Yeah.
But I do need to like adult up a little bit and up my dress game. So maybe do I need to look at turtlenecks?
It's a personal decision. A lot of people, they can't really pull off the turtleneck. It's a more classic look. I tend
Josie in the chat says no. I need more girl opinions on turtlenecks. Where are we at on that? Josie says no.
Yeah, Josie's.
Naomi says they're okay.
Yeah, it is. Sarah's right. It is a more European thing. I dress very classically. Collared shirts, and I wear a lot of polos. I wear a lot of.
Do you have penny loafers?
I do not. Shoes. Well, I have a pair of loafers, but they got like lug soles. They're like almost like a Vibrant sole, but so turtleneck if you're built skinny is okay. Yeah, I don't know. Turtlenecks are cool. I like turtlenecks.
So we're getting kind of a cool response from the women in the chat about turtlenecks.
Yeah, it is pretty cool.
What about pink ties with white shirts?
Mock necks suck, Tim Hale. Axe murderers and weirdos wear mock necks. So if you're bald, never wear a turtleneck. You will look like an uncircumcised dick. That's funny. That's funny. That's very funny. Played golf his whole life, and you would never know it by how he dress and look. Yeah. The Navy made you wear them on security detail. Well, the Navy's gay, so I mean, come on. The Navy's full of seamen. Yeah. Anyway, fashion choices of the different people.
Naomi likes pink ties. Tomato likes pink. All right, turtlenecks are out. This is unanimous. Turtlenecks are out, but the pink ties are in.
It's got to be a crisp white shirt, though.
Of course.
And for me, it maybe not for you. You may.
No, if you're gonna do a white shirt, it needs to be crisp and it needs to have stays, not buttons.
Yeah. Josie, good to see you in the chat. It's been a minute since I've seen some of these people. Invisible Hope says, man in a tie regardless of color.
They like ties because they can be, used later to tie them.
Yes, for activities.
Mm-hmm.
Pink tie on a black shirt is okay. It's okay, but it doesn't flow. It just doesn't hit. So, yeah. We have a lot of rage in the chat tonight with the Raging Patriot and the Raging Tomato.
I have a raging boner.
And we have Josie, which doesn't need rage by her name.
True.
Don't wrinkle. Damn, lower class. Damn, son. Don't wrinkle your tie. Damn. Double win.
Naomi, at the end of the night, you'll be rocking a pink sock. Get out of here.
Yeah. Green,
Double
purple,
wins.
and black Decepticon colors, I think is what he means. The only acceptable colors could be. Yeah. Well, so not choice, it depends on collar. Depends on which type of collar shirt you have. The wider the collar, the bigger the knot. So you would go with a double Windsor, or there's some others. Narrower, tighter collar, or where the tips almost touch, you would use the narrower single Windsor.
Do you agree that people who wear bow ties are F slurs?
No, because my son actually wears a bow tie to school because it's there's a function of his school uniform that fits. I actually think they can be cool on some people, but most people.
Bill Nye is the only one who can pull it off.
We're going to differ on that. That's
All right.
okay.
You wear a bow tie sometimes, don't you?
I don't. I've never worn a bow tie. I didn't even get married in a bow tie.
Not even in a tuxedo? You've never been in a tuxedo?
Yes, but I wear a straight tie.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's just the way it is. And so what do you think about this Candace Owens nonsense here? What do you think about that?
I'm not.
Have you heard her? Have you heard the latest?
No.
She's an X-Man. Do you know that, right? She's an X-Man.
What?
She went. Apparently, Charlie Kirk is a time traveler. Part of Project Looking Glass.
Shut up.
No, she said this, and her and Charlie both went to Xavier's School for Gifted Children. They're fucking X-Men.
I wonder if she's gotten herself in a little trouble and she's intentionally making herself look crazy now to remedy the damage she's done. Bro,
all I know is if anybody's a fucking X-Man, we all know it's me because I got the jawline, right? An argument can be made from
you look. I can see that you used to be a female.
Female? The fuck?
You're an X-Man.
Never saw them in Weapon X. That's funny. Work. What's up, Wicked Wally? Good to see you in the chat. See, I'm in the same boat as Naomi here. I used to really like Candace when she was doing the campus tours and she was pushing back on all the feminist nonsense and, you know, abortion and kill your kid, you know, all this, not, you know, don't get married, all that kind of stuff. When I used to like her when she was saying like normal stuff, right? Like normie stuff. Nothing too edgy. Just normal.
I do think that she and Charlie Kirk definitely
holy
banged.
Shit. She's gone, yes, batshit crazy. Absolutely batshit.
But have you seen her and Charlie Kirk interact? I think that they did a little fucky.
You think so?
Yep.
There was a window where he was single. I don't think she was single, though.
It could have happened then. It could have happened when neither of them were single. It could have happened. All I'm saying is I think that he's had jungle fever at least once.
It's possible. I could be. I don't know. I think she wants everybody to think that for sure.
I mean, I was reading into his demeanor too.
Well, he was pleasant to everyone evenly. That wasn't the salute, by the way. That was just
that wasn't from my heart to your heart.
Yeah, that was just.
Do it again, just so that we can. So that we can
get the really good clip.
I've already got 2 Grid 1 clips in the lineup.
Do you really? What do you got?
By
the way, they MPC fucked me against you on the thing. He shut the thing down early or whatever because.
Oh, that's why you lost, huh?
Yeah.
Sure it is.
Because the total number of votes was higher for me than you, but he was like, "Oh, I've already decided it," and I'm like, "Wait, you said 9 o'clock? It's 9 o'clock."
Because the poll still gets left up. People can still vote after the fact. He just at some point is when he decides the winner. But it can change after that.
Yeah, whatever. It's fine. Whatever. I thought it was still not. I thought we still had like 2 hours left.
The fact that me and Rob Noor in the finals, like could actually believe that that was a concocted thing.
It's you and Rob Noor.
Yeah, we're the 2 finalists.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Naomi says she doesn't care if Kirk and Candace boned. I kind of don't either. I would, obviously I would like Charlie to be a little, better than that. I don't want to besmirch his memory, but whatever. It doesn't really matter. But in any case, it doesn't excuse how batshit crazy Candace has gone. Like, I mean, agreed also, by the way, that Candace is pulling numbers like none other right now. She's beating Tim Pool. She's beating fucking everybody.
He is not happy about that.
Who, Tim? Yeah.
Yes. He seems to be taking it poorly.
I think he's one of those that I think he liked Candace and really liked the idea of what Candace kind of portrayed to be. And he is super pissed that she's come out and gone just completely fucking batshit. I don't know why he takes it personally though. But Tim does this, and he's done this with other people that he's kind of like fallen out with, right? Where they're on the same page, and then they're kind of going forward, and then donezo. But whatever. I got distracted from. I was going to say something, but it's okay.
Did you see what the Mint did last night? Or yeah, was it yesterday or the day before?
Who did?
The Mint, the U.S. Mint.
Yeah, they're gonna they reevaluated the price of precious metals. I haven't actually looked at it, but
that's huge.
Yeah.
You've got 24 hours probably before the Asian markets start moving.
Yeah.
I went out and bought 7 more Eagles today.
Dude, we'll get into that in a minute. I will. Let's. There was something I wanted that I thought we were going to talk about, but I forgot.
Yeah, you wanted me up here to go over something.
Oh yeah, that was we already did the whole industrial sex and magic thing. Yeah.
The magic. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, the industrial sex and magic thing. I don't really have anything else, Flo. I don't I'm not getting involved in your free Palestine or free Palestina nonsense. I don't really care.
That's not mine. That's
I know. I actually created the free Palestina thing.
I mean, it's I got to laugh when I heard that name.
Yeah. Yeah. You got a laugh out of it? Thank you.
Yeah, for sure. It's clever. I like it.
Yeah. It was Palestine, and then I added the Inia. Palestinia.
It's way better than the anal verse, which just really made Vic sound gay.
Yeah. Yeah. It's that was my little contribution. It's interesting where people are drawing the lines, right? Like, I don't have a problem having you on, Flo. I think you're being a dick sometimes, but who cares?
You're right.
It's not my dick. I don't care if you're.
I am being a dick sometimes. That's true.
Yeah. I mean, that's fine. And I see the thing is like Andrew's, the whole thing with Andrew's a big boy. If he wants to if he wants to come at you, he can come at you. I don't need to white knight. I don't white knight for fucking anybody to start with. I'm certainly not going to white knight for people that can do it themselves. Right now, if I was specifically asked, hey, could you talk to this person about this? Or, hey, I want your opinion on this. I would give my opinion. Other than that, I don't really give a shit.
And I might as well say it again. I try to make it clear to my audience, especially that I fight my own battles. I don't expect any other content creator to take up for me or do the thing. I'm not speakeasy, and my audience, I'm cool with people liking me and whoever the fuck else I'm fighting with. At the same time, I just don't covert contract that way. So, I think it's kind of gay of people that do.
Yeah, I mean, to some degree, sure. I mean, I get people want to, they want to support their people, and I appreciate that from everybody. But and I don't know. I don't like I said, I don't like some of the shit you have done. I don't like some of the shit that Sarah's done, right? But it doesn't make me hate Sarah. The whole thing about making me Santa Claus, though, that was below the belt.
Was it below the belt? I'd have to look at it again. How is that below the belt?
Oh, I'm not the big fat jolly guy.
Not anymore.
Rob Noor should have been Santa Claus.
Yeah, but Rob Noor's a piece of shit, and Santa Claus is nice.
Yeah,
Rob Noor was
disqualified. I like Rob. Rob is hilarious.
I know. Lots of people like Rob.
Yeah, Rob's.
Did you see him virtue signal with the Thorpes?
No, I did not.
You didn't see that? Okay. The Thorpes went. They went to Debaticon and they were live.
I saw a clip of them there, and I saw a clip. I actually haven't seen that many clips from Word Wars, so I did see a clip of them that they were there and they were arguing with some bearded dude.
Okay, that was after Rob Noor left. Yeah, they were streaming and Rob Noor he approached them to let them know he didn't want to deal with them, which is self-defeating immediately. Mm-hmm.
Okay. But how was he virtue signaling?
Because his point was, I don't want to interact with you Thorpes because I heard you said something about Andrew's. I don't remember if his kid or his wife or what. Something to do with
I
Andrew's
remember. I
family.
remember that. I mean, that's one of the reasons why I don't interact with the Thorpes because of the nonsense that they went after Andrew
right.
for. But I was there watching it happen. Like I'm not. I didn't. It's not secondhand. I watched.
And you didn't you didn't see that they were live streaming and then go approach them 3 times. I'm told, at least once, but I'm told 3 times. Approach them on live stream to tell them that you don't want to deal with them. Well, you weren't dealing with them, and now you are. So
yeah,
you
I just don't.
do.
Yeah, I just don't deal with them.
No, I was talking about that's what Rob.
Oh
did.
yeah,
I know
yeah.
that you don't. Yeah.
If I just don't want to talk, well, as you know, if I don't want to talk to somebody,
Yeah.
you're fucking dead to me.
which is the way, like, if you don't want to talk to somebody, then you won't talk to them, right? That makes sense. You were acting in accordance with what you said you wanted to do.
I try and be
But
consistent.
to approach somebody and initiate a 20-minute conversation with them to let them know you don't want to talk to them is bullshit.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, like, it's fine. It was a bag of money that that Santa was carrying. Okay. Hey, no, that's fine. I got distracted by a post. It's not entirely true. Bag of
money. What do you think about the Somalians and this alleged briefcases of cash or suitcase of cash?
I'm really trying to understand how that happened because I would like suitcases of cash.
Yeah, I don't think it did happen.
Mm.
You have been around banking enough. How easy do you think it would be to get that much currency unobstructed that many times? Not easy.
Yeah, I mean, it's not easy unless you have someone in the government helping you.
You'd have to have more than one person in the government.
Sure.
You have to have somebody in the bank. You have to have somebody in customs.
So, and just let me give you my impression because I haven't actually studied this. I looked at that as kind of one of those clickbait articles, and I haven't actually read into it. But what I did, the blurb that I did read, it seems like that there was a specific person or couple of people that would routinely go to this bank, would draw a very large amount of cash, and then take it somewhere else, supposedly to deposit it. But it never actually got deposited. It got squirreled away somewhere. Is that your understanding as well, or am I off base?
I'm sorry. Say that again.
Sorry. I'm
sorry. Say your impression again.
So my impression is that there was a person who went to these who had access to an account, would go to the bank, get a fairly large amount of money in cash, and then take it somewhere else, presumably to deposit it either in another bank or something like, or used for payroll or whatever. But it never actually got there. It just disappeared, and supposedly they found it in, like, I don't know what it was, a warehouse or whatever. I don't know what the fuck it was.
I haven't heard the specifics of how this happened, but even regardless of the story, a large currency transaction takes place at 10,000. CTR or SARs, suspicious activity reports, can take place at any dollar amount.
Yes.
There's customs, there's the TSA, there's civil asset forfeiture, there's IRS. I mean, just like,
yeah, absolutely.
I just don't think you can have that many people all in your pocket.
Yeah, but it doesn't have to be that many people. All you really need is one person at the bank who approves the transaction, and just make sure, just files the right paperwork. It could get flagged down the road, but as long as the bank doesn't flag it as unusual, it's probably going to be okay.
It would obviously it would make it through at least 2 departments. It would make it through the retail banking branch, and it would make it through bookkeeping on the back end, right?
Yeah. Yes, but it would only take the manager of that branch to say this is a legit transaction.
I don't think so. No, because you have bookkeeping that processes the payments, right? After the teller takes the check, right? Those things get processed. So you've got on any transaction, you've got at least the bank that initiates it
Yes.
involved in it in a backkeeping end. Also,
yeah, I mean, there's multiple
most of
people that are going to know it's happening,
But
but as far as the guy walking up or the
there's
guy who
software in place, right? But there's
Yeah.
software. Banks have
Yes.
software in place, right? That look for these sort of
Mhm.
weird things. So even if you have the
Right.
humans on board, you're not going to get the software on board.
Right, but here, yeah. So sure, I agree with you. But for example, if I walk into the bank, if I call the bank right now and say, "Hey, I want 90 grand in cash," they'll tell me, "Well, it's going to be 2 weeks. We're going to have to order it. We don't have 90 grand in cash." I'll be like, "Okay." So in 2 weeks, I'll go down to get my money. I walk in, I sign the paper. The only person I'm going to talk to is the bank president. I'm going to sign the paper. They're going to hand me a bunch. They're going to put a significantly smaller amount of cash than you think $90,000 is on the table, and I'm going to walk out the door. And because $90,000 in cash, not actually that impressive.
9,000.
90.
No, $10,000 is when the reporting requirement.
Yes. I'm saying that if I placed an order for $90,000,
Okay.
90. If I call the bank right now and say, "Hey, I want $90,000 in cash," or 100,000, and they say, "Okay, we don't keep that much cash on hand. We have to order that." And I know that. I know that for a fact. They're going to say it's going to take 2 weeks to get it.
Right.
I say, "Okay, let me know when it's there." All the paperwork for all of it is going to be prepared by the time I get there. I'm going to meet with the bank president. I'm going to sign the sheet. I'm going to walk out the door with my $90,000. Now, obviously, they'll check my ID and things like that, but that's it. That's the end of it. Now, if it's a government, hold on. If it's a government transaction, I bet there's even less oversight if it's coming out of a government account or something like that, because they're going to assume that it's a it's a like a payroll or something where, or I don't know, maybe probably not payroll, but that it's approved on multiple levels. But and that seems to be the case. I'll look into it further, but I don't know. But I don't think that it would, once the president of the bank or the manager of the bank that I'm dealing with approves that. Now he will have to approve the order of the funds. And once he's done that, all the other paperwork is just a formality.
It's a formality, but it's also looked at and analyzed.
Yeah, sure.
Because once you might just sign the paperwork with the president, but he's not the only one that sees that. That gets filed away.
Right. Yeah, a lot of people see it.
Transactions are going through bookkeeping. Right. They're going through. If you've got a bunch of these transactions, they're going to get flagged, which means they're going through the compliance department. I mean, it's just there's a lot of people that look at the money system, and that's just to get the cash out of the bank, right? That's just one step. I don't believe it. And let me tell you why I think that this is happening. That it's a bullshit story. I'm sharing a screen right now. Did you freeze or are you really still?
I'm really still. Yeah, I can be very, very still.
I see that.
All right. What are we looking at here?
Secretary of the Treasury.
Gotcha.
Or they are sitting in East Africa. We will find them.
Thank you. And I see Richard Escobedo with CBS has a question. Richard, please state your question.
Thank you, Spencer, and thank you, Mr. Secretary, for doing this morning. I have two questions. I'm wondering if you can explain or elaborate on whether or not you've found any evidence that indicates taxpayer dollars have flowed directly to terrorist organizations. And then I do have a follow-up after that.
Cartels along the money laundering, many of the same approaches, many of the procedures.
I was wondering if there are any specific financial institutions that you think had lax practices that you're willing to name at this time. And also, I'm trying to understand if Somali government officials actually directed individuals from the country to come to.
Directed from overseas, Waltz allowed hard work. Was this directed from overseas?
Damn, I wasn't ready for
is
it.
hardworking.
Institutions that you think had lax practice.
You anticipate having to do this in order. The threshold for surveillance. And then my second question is, you said on Fox last night that as a part of this geographical targeting order, the threshold for surveillance is being lowered to $3,000. Do you anticipate that will be lowered to, that will also be expanded into other states, that lowered threshold? Do you have any sense on what other states you anticipate having to do this in?
So we have lowered it's called a geographical targeting order, the GTOs. We have used lower thresholds to get at the cartels along the U.S.-Mexico border. And we view this crime as very similar to the cartels' money laundering, many of the same approaches, many of the same shell companies. So we will see where it goes out from here. That will be a starting point. And as I said, Minnesota is going to be the protocols, the procedures, and the investigative techniques, as well as the collaboration with other agencies. Minnesota is going to be the genesis for a national rollout.
So I just did you there?
Yep, I'm just coughing. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. So I just did a quick, because I want to make sure I was thinking about the right thing here. So the feds are investigating the discovery of hundreds of millions of dollars in cash, which means they actually found it, in passenger luggage leaving Minneapolis-St. Paul International Airport, with reports indicating that approximately $700 million in cash was flagged over a 2-year period between 2024 and 2025.
$700 million of cash in 2 years. Get the fuck out of here.
That they flagged it. That's what they found, bro.
Yeah. See, this is what
it doesn't mean they found all of it, right?
No, I call cap on the whole operation, right? They just
TSA agents at MSP have been regularly flagging suitcases filled with large amounts of cash, sometimes up to $1 million in a single trip, with the total reaching roughly $342 million in 2024 and $349 million in 2025. Destination and purpose, the cash was often transported to the Middle East, with report describing the mechanism as a foreign ATM used to move U.S. dollars overseas, often for, but not limited to, remittances in Somalia. That's interesting. The investigation is focused through Homeland Security investigations, and the FBI are investigating a potential link between the cash exodus and massive multi-billion-dollar fraud scheme centered in Minnesota, including $250 million feeding our future pandemic aid fraud case. While the large amounts of cash have raised suspicion, many, if not all, of these transfers were declared according to U.S. custom rules, which often limits the ability of officials to seize them immediately.
I mean, yeah, you could maybe get away with it once. Can't seize it immediately, but they were declared, right? They were declared. Most. It just says most. We have.
Or not actually. Hold on, I misspoke. Many, if not all, of these transfers were declared according to U.S. custom rules. So, which means that it did happen.
Right, but what I'm saying is they filed the paperwork on these, which means they were looked at by the federal government. These did not get through accidentally.
No, I think that, I never said it was an accident.
Because if that amount of cash for sure would create, to take out that much cash from a bank and then move it out of country, that would set off so many alarm bells at so many different agencies at each step along the way. It would be impossible to do unless it was coordinated and intentionally allowed through. But you're going to get so looked at for that.
Right. And again, there are convictions in this so far, but there's only a few. And basically, all I can find is convictions of individuals. I can't find an exact number. It just says while some have been convicted, this is still under investigation. Could top out at they're talking about a lot of money.
I think that this is a contrived attempt to crack down on cash to move us into a digital dollar.
I mean, they already have the mechanism here to do that. It just they
don't have public support though. But if you convince the public that terrorists are stealing their tax money through fraud, then that will do a lot to.
It certainly does seem to be the case, though.
Huh?
It does seem to be the case.
Well, it's the story. Like, I don't know how you would know the case except that you've been reading the stories.
I mean, I say it seems to be the case. It seems to actually be happening that there's fraud. What's up, Badass 93? How you doing? The CBDC, yeah. 6.2 million a week over 2 years, yeah.
I don't. Yeah, see, and that's just too. That's way too much. I don't believe it at all. Yeah. I think the whole story's made up. That's too much cash.
It's a lot.
It's too much cash, and it would have been noticed by too many different agencies, both local and federal.
I think though that they're kind of giving up on the idea of going to an all digital currency. They actually just started having to reissue pennies because people were so pissed that they effectively jacked around.
They restarted pennies.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy. I hadn't heard about that.
Yeah, they just restarted pennies because so many people bitched about it, and I mean, maybe one day they'll get a digital currency, but I don't know. So Sport Brand, I don't think they were doing 100 people a day taking 10K out. I don't think that's. I honestly think that these were people who had legitimate business taking that much money out of the bank. Either they were transferring the money to accounts. It looks like they were flying mostly to to the Middle East. Says to the Middle East. I'm thinking it was probably going through Saudi to start with, and they were investment dollars that had to be done in cash, or they whatever. And so they were actually had some justification for taking out, $500,000 in cash. But again, you can't just walk into a bank and get $500,000 in cash. It's really hard.
Correct.
And even but playing games with banks is tough too, because like I had my account shut down once because I went to I had to get payroll for some reason, and I had to do it in cash. I think our payroll processing was jacked up or something. And I went and I got and I don't know why I thought that this would fucking work, right? But the most that I could withdraw in cash was like $5,000. So I went to 5 banks and withdrew $5,000 to get 25,000 out. And then when I got to the 6th bank, they said my account had been flagged, and it was locked. I couldn't get any money out, even though they knew I was.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
And
right.
And so they said that that's a very typical way that people who steal access to accounts drain them, is they just go from bank to bank. And I said, no, it's not the case here. I had
that's not technically kiting, actually.
Yeah, it's not kiting. There's a term for it. I don't remember what it was. And so they did reinstate my account and all of that. It was not that big a deal, but they didn't like it, right? Like they were it's actually in some places, I think maybe in Georgia, it's against the law to do it. But I don't think that that's what they were doing. I don't think I think they literally were getting $500,000 a week. They just go in, place an order for $500,000 to make payroll or a construction bond, or they had some justification to get $500,000. Now, I was actually watching a YouTube channel about a year ago, and I forget how they got into this, but the this YouTuber wanted to get $500,000 of his own money out just to show people what $500,000 looked like and how much trouble it was to get it. And because that's all he wanted to do, they denied him like 3 times. And he basically said, all I'm going to do is get that $500,000. I'm going to shoot a video and then we're going to put it back in the bank. And they're like, no, we're not doing that.
Who was that? Do you remember who it was?
I don't remember. It's been
part
at
of the
least-
issue is that it's actually pretty expensive for banks to order in cash from the Fed.
Yes. Yeah, it
so
is.
they really don't like doing it.
No. You have to be a good customer.
You have to be, well, yeah, you do. But they, like, I'm sure they were trying to give him a cashier's check and saying, hey, take it to a different bank, right? Like,
Well, I have no idea. I don't remember what the deal was.
Yeah.
I just remember that
to get that amount of cash shipped in, it'd be hundreds of dollars easy. Possibly more. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
Change is even worse.
Yeah, it's it's a very interesting thing when we start talking about cash.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. I tried to give it a little when I first heard it, I was suspicious, and then I was like, no, maybe it's, don't be so skeptical of everything. Don't be so black pilled or jaded or whatever.
Yeah.
But then you just told me the dollar amount. Oh no, fuck that. It's absolutely bullshit.
So a helping hound is saying, I remember we got here because Candace said it was secret spec ops. When you think tier 1 spec op guys, you honestly believe they let Mormons into the inner circle? I'm lost on that one. I don't know what we're talking about.
I'm lost too, but Mormons are a great source of personnel for some of these federal agencies because they're already culted, right? They're used to being part of a group that excludes.
Yeah, Mormons are a great resource for prepping. If you
dude, they're a good resource if you have an emergency because they have networks everywhere.
Yes.
I had an incident with my daughter's mom when my daughter was little.
You were talking about that one night.
Yeah.
I didn't get to hear the whole thing, but I remember you talking about
it. Let's see, my daughter was 2 when I filed for divorce and custody. Then when she was, I can't remember if she was 4 or 5. Anyways, I got custody. Her mom was in a different city. Hadn't seen her in over a year. I made a deal with her. I said, if you come here, I said, she's not going wherever you're at. But if you're in town here, I'll help you pay for it. You come down, spend a week, get a hotel, and you guys can hang out at the hotel pool and shit for a week, and I'll help you fund that. So she did. And then when the week was up, I said, hey, I'm coming to get Jordan back. She goes, oh yeah, we're not there anymore. And and I'm not telling you where we're at. And so it turned into a whole kidnapping thing because she had no custodial rights at that point. And when the cops, she was about 5 hours away from becoming an Amber Alert when the cops found her in Memphis at her grandma's house. Now, so they called me. Awesome. I said, they said, you need to come pick up your daughter. I said, cool. I'll be there in 10 hours. And they go, oh, 10 hours. She'll be in Child Protective Services. You have probably half an hour, but we can't keep a kid for 10 hours.
Right.
Anyways, long story short, my little sister, at that time they were dating, but now she's married to a Mormon. He was able to put out the network and have strangers in Memphis willing to go pick up a kid that they don't even know. Like that was pretty clutch.
It used to be that way with my church. Of course, I'm a Southern Baptist, but it used to be that the Baptist churches were the same way. I don't think they're like that as much anymore, but like I remember like serious networking going on. Now, obviously in the South, I don't know that that's coast to coast or anything, which I think the Mormons pretty much are. So,
yeah, they are. Yeah. Because he's from, actually, he was born in Canada, but they're from like the Southwest Colorado, Vegas, and, that area. So he's got no connection to Memphis. Is what I'm saying. My brother-in-law has
Right.
no connection to Memphis at all. Just but it was through the church.
Yeah, but he calls his church calls a church in the area. That church has a list of people that's willing to help. We have the kind of the same thing with my son's private school. So like we have, there's we have a large number of like Chinese students, Korean students. They used to have a lot of Saudi and Arabic students, not so much anymore, but and so, when these kids can't go home for the holidays, right, because it costs too much or it's too short a break, they're not going to take a 24-hour flight, be there for 2 days, and then take another 24-hour flight back. I mean, that's dumb. Nobody's going to do that. And so they'll reach out through the school's network and say, hey, can somebody, can these kids stay with somebody for a week, or, maybe a couple of different residences, or, whatever. And there's more than enough people to take care of it. Right. Like that. And I mean, we've actually offered our lake house as a place that they could house the students off campus if needed. So it's just it's like any other network. I think one of the things that a lot of conspiracy theorists and the preppers don't do is they end up being very individualized, and they do not prepare networks, and they do not cultivate sources. I have this book by this friend of mine. He's actually supposed to come on the show if I can ever get him nailed down, but he's an author, and he wrote a book about how, because he was in the special forces, he was an intel officer, and part of his job was to cultivate local sources. And he's like, it could be just as simple as when you go into your local convenience store at the end of your block and you buy gas there, twice a week. And, in your case, you probably buy, carton of cigs and whatever. You go in and you maybe you tip the guy a couple of bucks and say, hey man, is anybody, what's been going on, and you just start talking to them about what they see and who's been in and out or whatever, or hey man, that guy looks familiar. You've seen him around, and cultivating those sources without even them really knowing that you're cultivating them as a resource, because they would see first if there were a lot of police in the area, or maybe the police are staying away now. They had or whatever, and I just thought it was a really interesting read, and I think that's one of the things that a lot of the prepper crowds miss is they all focus internally and never look external at all. Kind of went to a different place there.
Yeah, that's all right. Well, I mean, it takes I think it takes a lot of trust to get a call from somebody you maybe know, right?
Mm-hmm.
And go, hey, this guy who's not in the church has a kid in a situation. We need you to go pick up a pissed off 4-year-old for 10 hours until the dad can get like.
But is it though? Because I would
do it. I would do it. But I don't have a lot to lose. I've got it. When we moved here, I got a trampoline and I put it in the front yard so that the neighborhood kids could play on it, right? Because I just didn't have much to lose. But if I mean,
it costs so little to be nice.
But it opens you up to legal liability. Who knows what sort of issues you could have if you're putting yourself in the middle of obviously some contentious
drama. Yeah, obviously you're putting yourself in the middle of some drama, but if you're picking up a little girl from Child Protective Services for her father, or if you're picking up some woman who's been half beaten to death to take her to a hospital visit, I don't know. I don't feel like there's a lot to risk there, and I would be willing to risk it. In most cases.
No, I maybe would too. I mean, I would have. Yeah. Now I'd have to think about it, right? Because it's not just like we both have kids, right?
Yeah.
We can't just do nice things without considering the risk.
Yeah.
No good deed goes unpunished. And if you put yourself in the middle of a situation like that, you can't be surprised if you get drug in a way that
Sure.
you didn't want to be.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I've stopped to pull people out of ditches. I'm that guy. I'm
I am
obviously,
too, but I think that it's probably irresponsible of me to a degree.
I would disagree, but it's okay. Everybody has their level of the level of risk that they're willing to accept in life.
You don't think it's no, and I'm willing to accept the risk. My rational brain goes, okay, what is the what's the risk reward analysis here? And then is that a responsible risk to take to be nice to a stranger? Probably not. But who knows?
Yeah, but I mean, even all right. So a few years ago, right? And it's probably been 10 years now. I'm old. One of the guys that we raced against, I didn't really know this guy. I mean, obviously we raced against him, seen him around. Don't know this guy from anybody. And his rig breaks down in Texas, and we're in Alabama. And he's like, hey, it's looking like the truck's going to be down. Does anybody have anything where we can, that can help us out? And I'm like, well, yeah, I just got here. We can unhook the trailer, the trailer from the truck, and I'll send two of my guys right now to come hook up to your trailer and bring you here. If that's what you need, I got you. No problem. And he's like, okay, I'll let you know in an hour. And in an hour, they had found the part they needed and everything. And they looked like they were going to be able to make things happen the next morning. So they're like, hey man, just stand by. We're going to try and make this work and not rely on anything. But I 100% would have sent my guys there to drag this guy's entire race team to the track just so I could whoop his ass. Right.
I get that.
Like I'm not gonna, and so
I would deliver Marte one of my old laptop with Grok installed and ready to go if it meant he would debate me.
Yeah, I mean, but right. So I always wanted to beat people fair and square. But even then, I would, if I can help if somebody really needs help, really needs it, I'm down. I'll do what I can to help them. Right. Now, obviously, I have a sense if I'm being taken advantage of. I have a sense if it's bullshit, and I have a sense of, yeah, you can solve that problem on your own. You're just looking for the easiest way out, and I think you need to solve that problem on your own. So,
that's and maybe that's why because I have a pretty good instinct for things like that too, and so I haven't really ever been burned on something like that. So maybe that's why.
Yeah,
if we've both got that intuition, goddamn. Look at Cam's comment there. That's a traumatic experience. My mom was a social worker for a while. I remember when I was like 7 or 8, we picked up another kid my age. His mom blasted the dad. I rode with him in the back and he kept crying, saying he couldn't stop it. Like,
wow.
What? That's dark.
That is dark. Cam's lived a life, brother. Cam's lived a life. So
yeah, that'll fuck a kid up. It was interesting when this is completely, oh my God, what's the word I'm looking for? Anecdotal. But when I was in jail, in General Pop, it was a 8-man cells was general population. They had 8-man tanks. And 2 of the guys in my tank both of them, their dad had killed their mom when they were kids. I just thought that was a massive percentage of people who had one parent kill another.
It seems
in jail as opposed to in the general population.
Yeah. Seems overrepresented.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I just, I think that it usually doesn't cost us anything to be nice, but it can cost you everything if you're not nice.
It can cost you if you're nice. It can cost you. It can cost you a lot if you're nice.
Yeah. But it can cost you more if you're not nice, because you never know who
That's
that
true.
person is that you're like, yeah, fuck you, dude. I don't care.
I probably agree with you. but
Is it cold, or you're wearing a?
oh yeah, it is cold because the window's open because I smoke in here. I know I'm gonna have to figure something out because
Yeah.
it's like 7 degrees here or something.
I will. So Namaste the fuck away says that being nice is cost. I'm assuming that's a girl.
Yeah.
Cost her a lot, and I think she's a girl. And so for women, I think that sometimes there's more of a risk for women to be when they go to be like for me it's there's no risk. All right, like there's very little risk. Except I'm never. Well, I will say that I don't. Obviously, I have a very specific set of rules when it comes to women so that I limit the amount of risk that with women. But
I mean, men can say you raped them too.
Yeah,
that was my plan when I was coming to Debaticon. I was like, okay,
yeah,
I got an opportunity. I can make this claim about Grid. He'll settle.
Yeah, I won't settle. I got. So I operate under the. I operate under the theory of speak softly, be nice, but carry an attack attorney.
Attorneys are good.
Yeah. I just my mom, when I was younger, obviously, things were different. Yeah, I'm old and all that, but I remember she was telling me one time, I was like, you don't want an attorney that's a nice guy. You don't need to be friends with your attorney. You don't really want an attorney that you want to, show up at their backyard barbecue. You want the meanest, nastiest, just no nonsense, cutthroat son of a bitch out there that is going to do their job regardless. Right? Like they are going to.
I disagree.
I understand. I knew you would.
If I wasn't friends with my attorney, I would be in prison still.
Really?
Because your retainer is based off of your charges, and the charges.
Oh, because he gave you a deal, right? Because he gave you a deal.
Well, because I was able to. I had an open tab. Otherwise, I would have had to come up with 40 grand. But to even get my foot in the door. But it's hard to come up with 40 grand when you're sitting in jail and they took all your shit. So,
yeah, I don't know. I have found that. Well, I had a situation where this guy, it's famous, it's all over the internet. This guy had this car and he claimed that I fucked it up and then we cheated him out of all this money, and he was slandering me all over the internet and all this kind of stuff. And so I asked around, for an attorney because I hadn't needed one in a long time. And this one guy just kept coming up, it's like, you're probably not going to like him. His personality is very direct, but he's a good attorney and he'll be straight with you. I'm like, all right, cool. So I go over, talk to him. We agree on, what he was going to, what his retainer was going to be, and everything else. Pay the man. And it was it was the most brute force fuck over I've ever seen in my life. Like from the minute the ink was dry on the form, he had already he'd already had the battle plan together, and the next day he put it into place. And it was brutal. And if you talk to him, he was very mild mannered and pleasant, but just absolutely fucking brutal. And he was brutal with me too. He's like, look, so and I say all that. So on the big thing, not only did I win, the judge literally told the guy that he's lucky that I wasn't vengeful or I wasn't pissed off or I was being a good guy about it, because if I wanted to, I could have him arrested. And the judge would agree with it. Like he's like, if he wants you arrested, man, I'll agree with it right now, because you did the wrong thing here. So that's how good my attorney was it turned the whole
The
thing
thing
around.
about that though did you go to trial?
I had a hearing in front of a judge. I had a pre-trial hearing.
If you're going to trial, you want your lawyer to have some charisma.
Oh, the guy has a lot. I mean, he had absolute charisma, but he's just brutal. I mean, when he's dealing in, his personality was amazing. We could talk about that later. But so then we go. So after that, the one thing that this guy got me on was he had actually an old friend of mine who had torn. There's this question over this transmission being good or whatever, and he had a friend of mine tear it down. Guy knew, and literally this guy's report said that they couldn't tell whether the transmission had been rebuilt or not. There were obviously some new. It looked like there were some parts that could be new, but certain parts were obviously used, and the factory silicone was used. So he couldn't say one way or the other. But it was really the way he wrote it. It was very much like these guys said they did it and they didn't do it. And I wanted to go to court over. I was like, I can show the invoice where we not only did we rebuild it, but we had to buy used parts because the parts are no longer available for that. We had to buy good used parts to put in it. And I have his old trashy parts. I want to go to court. So literally all in, it was going to cost me $1,800 out of pocket to just pay the guy off, pay the fine or whatever. And, whatever. To go to court, it was going to be like $3,000 a day. And it was between 3 and 5 days of court to do this. Right. He's like, my lawyer's like absolutely brutal. He's like, look, I'm happy to go to court over this. If you want to pay me $15,000 or maybe more, brother, I'm down. We'll go and you'll win, but you're still going to have to pay me $15,000. And he's like, or you can just basically plead guilty or no contest or whatever the fuck it was to this misdemeanor, pay the fine of $1,800 and walk away. Your call. I'm like, I mean, that's not even a choice, brother. That's not even a choice. Like, just pay the $1,800 and fucking walk out. Like, what the fuck? So he's brutal on all counts. Like there was no bullshit. It was like, he's like, I am happy to make $15,000 off of you.
Yeah.
But at the same time, he's like, it's a wrong choice. He's like, don't go to, he's like, I can't tell you not to go to court, but I'm telling you not to go to court. And yeah, I'll always remember that guy. He's good attorney.
There are some things you don't want to cut costs on. Attorney is one of them.
Yeah.
Attorneys, tattoo artists. I can't remember what the third one was.
Repo men.
I've never employed a repo man. I don't know. I've never done any business with a repo man.
So the delight of being your own, of owning your own business is occasionally you have to deal with shitheads. And so I had a customer who ended up he spent a ton of money with me rebuilding his car. And then we're in the last stages of it. He ends up getting into a relationship there. He's moving in with this broad. He's doesn't really have the money anymore. He doesn't want to spend the money that's owed on the car. And he's like, hey man, just buy me, just buy the car from me, basically get rid of the bill and pay me $2,000. Car's yours. I'm like, all right, cool. We'll do that. So I fixed the car completely, put it up for sale. And guy had done a custom interior on it. We just finished we did a shit ton of work to it. It was a pretty good car. I put up for sale. This kid comes by and he's like, he wants to buy it, but he wants to make payments. And I'm like, I don't know, man. This seems like a bad plan, but what the fuck ever. Who cares? I don't give a shit. So guy pays me like, I don't know, $1,200, $1,500 up front. makes a couple of payments, pretty rare, you know, and maybe more than that, maybe like 2 or 3 payments. He ended up owing me like $1,800. He was within striking distance, right, of just not owing me anything, and he just quit paying. And so in the state of Colorado, we filed a demand letter, and so he paid us because, you know, you file the demand letter. We not only do we go get the car, but then we take him to court, and he has to pay us a bunch of money. And so he sent us one payment, kind of gave us a song and dance about having to work up at Vail, and he's driving back and forth, and he just never has any time to come by to give us any money and blah, blah, you know, bullshit. So he misses another couple of payments. Then the interesting thing about the demand letter in Colorado is once I send you a demand letter, if you miss another payment in a year's time, I don't have to send you shit. I just repo it. And so that's what I called him up. I left a message. I said, look, man, I think you're dodging me. Maybe you're not. I don't know. But you have until the weekend. I don't have my car back or the money. One of the two. I'm sending people to come get it. Didn't hear a word from it. So I called my buddy Cole, who this kid had worked for me, and he had been in the repo business, but he moved on, right? He was out of it. He's doing other stuff. Mm-hmm. I call him up and I was like, Cole, I need to get a car repoed. Who do I need to call? He's like, my old boss's son just got out of prison today, and he'll go get it for you. And I'm like, fuck, why not? He just got out of prison today.
He needs work.
He needs work. So they sent, you know, I'm like, hey, give, and it was a woman that ran this repo agency, and it was her kid that had gone to prison. So I get a call back from this lady, and she's like, all right, well, what do you know? And I'm like, well, I've got a key. I've got the title. I've got the copy of the demand letter. What else you need? Nothing. And she's like, we'll go get it. I'll send the boys by. They'll come get the key. They'll come get the information. They'll be by in an hour at the most. 30 minutes later, these two dudes that look like literally what you think of dudes that just got out of prison look like. They were tatted up. They were big as fuck. And they were angry looking. They were pissed off. And I'm like, this is going to work out. Like, this is going to be all right. And they're like, they asked me, you know, where the car was, what condition car was in. I say, here's a key, here's a title, or no, here's a copy of the title, here's a copy of the demand letter, here's a copy of the note. They put it in a file and literally drove from my shop over to the guy's house right then. And they were literally, they got in the car. Because they had the key. They get in the car. They go to start it. The battery's dead. He's like, if it had started, that motherfucker was gone right then. So these dudes come, you know, this dude comes running out of the house with his dad, and he's got this, you know, 280-pound shaved gorilla on his fucking lawn. That's like, I'm getting that fucking car. That's my car now. And they're like, you can't take it. And he's like, you don't understand. You can't watch it 24/7. At some point, that's my car. And they left. And the guy calls me. He's like, what do you want me to do? And I'm like, I just, you know, get another day or whatever. 20 minutes later, the guy calls up, pissed as hell that I sent this dude to his house. And this guy is fucking raging. And
should have paid his bill.
So I told him, like, hey, man, I gave you more than enough chances. I've been more than fair. I don't care, but that guy's getting that car. I mean, you met him, right? I'm telling. And by the way, it wasn't just one of them. It was his buddy that had just gotten out of prison too. That basically looked like a Tanner version of Dude A, right? Mm-hmm. Like it's a match set. And they were like, "We're getting that car," and he within 3 hours, that guy met me at a bank inside a grocery store, like a First National or whatever, and notarized the bill of sale, paid in full. Motherfucker had the money the whole time. He just didn't want to pay me until I sent those dudes over there to get the car.
It's like he probably figures he can get away with it because it's, you know, at that point. It's
Yeah.
like contractors trying to pick a fight right before they have to pay the last payment on a job.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was doing that shit with you.
Yeah. It was hilarious, man. And I mean, honestly, to me, they were super nice dudes. They came over. They're very polite. I mean, they were obviously angry, but very, polite. And they just got out of prison, man. They need to make some money. And I paid them. I was like, here you go. Here's your money.
Yeah, no, that shit's good. Yeah. Never
I'm
mind.
surprised you don't do repo work. You got the.
I've
mentality.
done. I'm trying to figure. Yeah, I've not done repo work, but I did used to make loans, short-term loans, and it's a lot the same.
It's a lot the same. Yeah, yeah. But yeah, I mean, it's that was great, man. I remember that. I'll never forget that either. It's just like it was a defining.
The bank wasn't making short-term loans. I was.
Yeah, I understand. I understood what you were doing. Yeah. Yeah, people. Yeah, absolutely, Cam. People will get away with whatever you allow them to. That is 100%.
Have you seen the guy that comes on my channel sometimes who wearing a bunny suit?
No.
You haven't.
What's up with the shaved cat in front of you?
On
your microphone.
Cat. Oh, this is.
Oh, it's fucking rad.
This is Scott Chesney.
Yeah. I figured that was that Cam outdoor guy or whatever.
No. On the paperwork for my raid, there was 2 snitches, a white guy named Scott Chesney, and a black rat named James Rich. And so somewhere in this house, I've got a black one that's just like this, but it's black, and I got him because I thought it was funny.
You're kind of holding on to that, aren't you?
I'm holding on to it. Yeah.
You're holding on to that one. All right. Hey, fair enough, man. Fair enough.
I circle back around and check in with Scott. James is in prison, but I circle back around with Scott periodically just to remind him I'm out there. I friend requested his new wife. She accepted it when she didn't know who I was.
Oh wow!
I do things like that.
Wow, that's fucked up.
So actually, Scott, the white rat, I've never met the guy face to face. Still, he snitched on a whole bunch of things for shit that he had never witnessed himself. His wife was a dope hoe, and she would run around, and he got mad about it one night, and he went to the sheriff's office and just started spewing names.
It's interesting the way cops work. I remember when all that was going down with the guy accusing me of basically, stealing his car and holding his money and all that. I remember I had to, he sent some cops down to kind of harass me. And one of them, I think, was like, he was ex-army, and they, like they knew people, and they were kind of like networking. The guy was taking up for his army brother that he didn't know was a piece of shit. And I remember them sitting down and asking me about, like, well, what do you know about this other? So wait, we don't have to necessarily, come down here and talk to you every day if you give us somebody else. And I'm like, what the fuck do you think I know about? And I'm like, they're like, well, we know, a couple of these guys have been suspected of running chop shops or stealing shit. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? I literally told the guy, I'm like, I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. I can tell you that.
What anyone would say, right?
Huh? What?
Which is exactly what anyone would say, right?
Yeah. What the fuck you're talking about? I was like, first of all, I have good relationships with all those guys, and they've never robbed me at all, right? Like they've never had an issue with me. And a couple of them I don't like personally. And there was one shop that had been years before, they had somebody that was actually like stealing customer parts off cars and shit like that. But that was penny ante shit, really. But yeah, I don't know. I thought it was funny how the cops were like, well, we don't have to come down here and talk to you and bug you if you just give up somebody else. I'm like, that's bullshit. Hey, Clover Tax already in Vegas, baby. Vegas. All right.
Oh, Clover Tax. I'm about to, I need to get in touch with you. I'm about to gear up to actually, I know I've been talking about it forever, but my mom's starting to bother me now about getting my felony expunged. So
yeah, you should do that. Get that off your record so you can travel to Canadian land.
Oh, I can give a fuck about Canada. I just want to buy guns again.
Yeah. What's up, Kat Katibi? How are you? We've got a lot of people in tonight. I think Sarah wandered off, though. I don't think Sarah's watching anymore.
Should we get her back here? Sarah, she's
No.
probably in the bushes.
Why would she be in the bushes?
She
Especially
does
as cold
weird
as it
shit.
is outside, man. It's fucking cold here. It's like it's
Oh,
gonna be
yeah,
down to it's gonna be down to 17 degrees tonight. That's cold, baby. That's cold.
It's 9 degrees right now.
In the bush. Naomi says in the bush.
Oh, I can vote. I got my voting rights reinstated when I completed my sentence. I don't vote, though. I choose voluntarily not to.
I didn't know that you were into men as well, but bold move.
Oh, yeah. Are you saying that I'm gay because I don't vote?
Yes, I am saying that you're gay because you don't vote.
Oh, great.
And you bitch about it. No. Hold on. If you didn't
You're
bitch
such a
about it
useful
all the
idiot.
time on the internet, if you were just like, fuck it, I'm checked out, and you didn't bitch about it on the internet like all the damn time, then I could be like, you know what? Fair enough. You
You know
checked
what?
out.
And if I could vote for whether or not ICE builds a facility here in Kansas City to house 10,000 people, I would vote on that. But turns out you can't.
Are they building a facility
Besides,
in Kansas
you know
City?
that voters don't choose president.
Yeah. Are they really going to build a facility in Kansas City to
They're in negotiations right now to build a 10,000 person ICE facility here, which is interesting because we don't have an illegal immigrant problem. Like, it has not. If anything, my problem is there's not enough of them because I like the Mexican restaurants. But
my
yeah.
wife's tennis instructor got deported. He was apparently here on like a student visa or something. He wasn't supposed to be working, and somebody dimed his ass out. He got deported. She had to get a new instructor.
That's too bad. See,
it is very.
The ICE raids are affecting everyone negatively, even you.
I don't think it affected me negatively because now, instead of having the weird, whatever he was guy with his weird girlfriend hanging around all the time, now my wife has now instead of him taking our money, now we're giving that money to an elderly black man who's apparently been teaching tennis for like fucking ever. My wife is too hot to leave the house. That's true. Have you seen the latest picture of my wife? I thought I showed you, didn't I? The one from China? Yeah.
I screenshotted it.
Did you? Smoking hot. Yeah.
I joke. I kid. Corporations choose
my wife
politicians.
is
Yeah.
smoking hot. Though.
Voting is a placebo activity. You're participating in the illusion of control.
You're participating in my illusion of sanity.
I'm not doing a good job if you think you're sane.
Oh, Kat with a backhanded comment. Yeah, no idea how you pulled that. Congrats. Oh, damn. That would sting if I didn't just, not care.
I've heard people ask the same thing about Kat's husband.
Yeah, well, Kat trapped her husband. You know about that, right?
I've also heard that. I've heard that she's drinks blood or something.
I don't know if
she's
she
old
drinks
as
the blood
fuck.
of virgins to stay looking like she's 20, but
How
what
old
I
is she?
do
She's
know,
like
what she
50 or
has
something.
confessed to is she literally trapped her poor husband into a marriage step by step. It was complete entrapment. If that shit was in court, that poor guy would have a massive settlement.
That's how women do.
Yeah, for sure. 100%.
You know how you're not supposed to feed the animals? Because so they don't get. I'm the animal. I can't even find my own fucking socks anymore.
Kat says he loves it. That's probably true. You were probably his only shot at ever getting laid, and therefore he's happy. But still, though, you did trap him. Been preparing my wife for meeting you. Told her you were not a socially awkward weirdo like most gun tubers.
You are kind of a
Okay.
socially awkward weirdo. You carry a knife in each pocket.
I am a weirdo, but I'm not socially awkward.
How many knives do you have on you right now?
Sorry?
How many knives do you have on you right now?
None, but I have a magazine and a pistol. I don't actually have it because I just changed before I came out here. But I mean, I do have one there. I have this one.
Well, last time I asked you this, you had a switchblade in each pocket, which is fucking wild. That's like 5-year-old kid playing bad guys wild.
You know what's really crazy about that, and since we're just kind of on the chill stream, fucking around. That was literally like the night that you asked me. That's literally was like $1,200 worth of knives. Like, no, not even kidding a little bit. And then I told my wife that. My wife is like, how much have you spent on knives? And I'm like, I don't know. How much have you spent on purses? So,
Yeah, I've been poking around at some high-end knives lately.
You should.
I get the last one I got was a ProTech. I got a ProTech Godson. I kind of want the Godfather now.
I like the Emerson CQB. I think that'd be a good knife for you.
I have the Kershaw version of it, the XL. Yeah, no, see, that's the intuition. That's the shit that keeps you safe. Is you knew exactly a kind of knife I like. I do. I like the wave pocket opener and all that shit. Like that's pretty impressive.
Yeah,
I am impressed.
I am very good at threat assessment. Let's see what's a chat. Oh, Charles Darwin rolled up in here. What is up? Hot women need lots of purses. How dare I?
Cam, you should send that. You should send those tests so Grid can take it.
So my wife just got back from China, and her cousin Nancy has literally a room for her purses. I believe that she has more than one room for her purses because one of them is the Chanel room, which is nothing but Chanel clothes that she doesn't actually wear, and Chanel purses, which she doesn't actually use. And there's something wrong with that. So anyway, I like fixed blade knives. Got 100 pocket knives. Yeah, I'm there, man. I'm going. Nancy sounds hot. Nancy has breast cancer, unfortunately. What's up, Ahimsa? It's a chill stream tonight. If you'd like to, oh, by the way, guys, if you would like to come up, you're welcome to come up
for a fee.
Yeah, sure. Throw some super chats out there, but just you're welcome to come up. Just let me know, and we'll get you a link. So purses are lame. Horses are better. Right? Horses are. I have a very, very like. You know why I never could get into horses?
Because I don't like them either.
Because a horse is an animal that actually requires a human to take care of it 24/7.
That's a problem. That's the main
fucking
problem.
Die.
As well,
right? And like my dog doesn't really give a shit as long as I let them out, right? Like other than that, if I forget to feed them, they'll go kill a rabbit or something. And my dog's fine. Fucking horse gonna die. And unlike race cars, you can't push a horse into the corner and ignore it for 6 fucking months. like that's, and somebody used to ask me like, why did I do race cars and didn't get into horses or any other shit? And I'm like, because I get really pissed off at this piece of shit race car. You just roll that bitch into the corner and fucking turn off the lights and fuck that motherfucker for 6 months or however many. So, you know,
Yeah,
and I've
horses are
done that. I've
untrustworthy.
literally done that. They love to get hurt too. Yeah, horses love to get hurt. Like, and they'll just fucking they'll bite each other, and then bites get infected because horses apparently have dirty ass mouths, and then they fucking like they fuck themselves up. Like, this is crazy. Horses are amazing, but yes, they are high maintenance. Yes, without a human interfering in their lives 24/7, they die.
Sort of like chickens. You ever had chickens?
Yeah.
Chickens have no survival. We have bred the survival instinct out of them entirely.
Horses will love you back. Cars won't.
I don't need my transportation to love me.
I was going to say something very similar to that. That's way better. That's way better than what I was going to say. But so I was building this race car one time for, so the drift team that I sponsored, I was building a race car for them to use. And of course, I was maintaining their cars and blah, 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 and all this shit. And then, you know, it's just things happen. And the series that we were going to run the car in went away. And there were some other issues. And I'm like, fuck this car. And I literally just rolled it in the corner of the shop and didn't look at it for like a year. And then I was like, one day I was like, fuck it, let's get it back out. And then we rebuilt it and ran Pikes Peak with it. So.
Yeah, cars do be like that.
Cars, you know.
Now you got me looking at this. Looking at knives. I just so happen to have 3 tabs open in this window.
Heretic is a great brand that's equal to Microtech because it's Microtech founder's son who does Heretic. I love Heretic. Oh yeah, that's what you need right there.
It's a good looking knife.
That is you. That just looks like, you know, like something you would carry. It's bougie enough to be like cool, but not so bougie that, you know, people are going to think you're gay.
Yeah. Sort of like my coconut water.
Yeah. You know, the birds that I can't stand are fucking peacocks. And geese. It's a toss up between which are the bigger assholes. Geese are assholes, man. They are just fucking assholes. But peafowl are bigger assholes, I think. What is the chat thing? Which are the bigger asshole farmyard birds? Peafowl or fucking...
Are peacocks farmyard fowl?
Yeah. You get peacocks to protect your chickens and if you have like turkeys and shit. Because they're big ass birds that will, and if you have ducks, they're big ass birds that will fuck up anything that comes around to mess with your geese. Geese are bigger assholes. Probably.
So I got the godson, which is the smaller, right?
Yeah.
I think I was a godfather though.
Super chat coming in, $9.99 from Ahimsa Alexander, 9,004. Can you get Marte to debate Dusty? He's bantering with me, giving me all sorts of reasons why he can't. Seems very non-committal. You'd be great moderating, in my opinion. I am absolutely okay moderating Ahimsa. It seems like they're getting closer. Just need to nail it down. I'm actually surprised Marte hasn't come on, but he may be busy.
He's not busy. He's fucking running.
Yes. Guinea fowl are also good alarm birds for predatory birds. They're also good food for predatory birds. So, yeah. Geese are meaner. Yeah. But they're both assholes. Both assholes.
Who, me and Marte, or geese and peacock?
Yeah, it's kind of the same thing, right? Like, which one are the bigger assholes? Well, they're both assholes, but yeah. I hate geese. They shit all over the concrete around your in-ground pool. I mean, that's true. Guineas are the most annoying birds on the planet. Yes, they are annoying, but they're not particularly assholes. They're just dumb as fuck.
But yeah, I told
So the guineas are like, what's that fucking laundry? Guineas are like laundry. They're just really fucking annoying. They're stupid. They're basically useless. Geese are more like powdered dusty. They have some usefulness. They're really fucking annoying. They're big fucking assholes. You see the difference?
And they poop in your yard.
And he'll poop in your yard. Yeah.
Or on your driveway, wherever. Really, wherever.
Yeah, wherever you need him to.
Wherever I happen to be walking around at the time.
Yeah. It kind of rolls down his leg. But yeah, that's the best way I can put that. Apparently your buddy the Machine Lies did a show on me.
Oh yeah, he's been doing about me too.
Oh yes.
We're not we're kind of on the outs.
You're on the outs, really? Aw. The powdered ducksty. That's pretty good. That's actually pretty good.
I could put on my powdered ducky pants. I've got some flannel rubber ducky pants.
No, let's not do that.
I could do
I'm
that.
having a great night, so
dress for a sleepover?
No. Himza, if you would like to come up, or anybody else that would like to come up and help, defuse the dusty, will be fine.
I should go put those on.
You should definitely not put those on.
I do have to get a drink though. I'll be right back.
Yeah,
I'm definitely not putting on my ducky pants.
Yeah, definitely not doing the thing he just said he was going to do.
Only getting a drink.
Oh, yeah, only. Yeah, right. Well, this has been a great chill stream, everybody. Really appreciate everybody hanging out, being cool. And, yeah. Tim, I've got to get a hold of Enrique. I've been busy all week, and I knew I was going to be at SHOT Show all this coming week, and I don't want to bug the guy. But if you don't mind, next time you talk to him, just, remind him that I'll give him a call as soon as I can. I'm not putting him off or ducking and running or any of that nonsense. I've just been really stupidly busy for no damn good reason. Plus, I've had a shit ton of debates lately. So, where is the link? Go to my Discord and go to the waiting room, and I will throw you the link. If you have Discord, which you should, because yeah. Super fucking loud, or you would jump up. Hey man, I appreciate it. So, Foul State, that wins. Yeah, that fucks right there. That's right there. Yeah. Yeah, you didn't miss it, man. I've been so busy, and I hate trying to just slam something together when it's not going to be good, because with Enrique, it needs to be a good show. So, yeah. Clover Tax in Vegas, baby. Vegas. Dusty kind of reminds me of fuck, now I can't think of the kid's name. Not he's not a kid, but the he's in Swingers with Vince Vaughn. I can't think of his name. Hang on. I'll give him 1 second. Jon Favreau. He kind of reminds me of Jon Favreau in the movie Swingers. It's really funny. You're not on Discord? Okay, you know what? I'll just throw the link out there. Himza, just click it. Yeah. Good. Already done. Owen Wilson? Not Owen Wilson. He's not in Swingers, is he? Is he in Swingers? I don't think he's in Swingers. There's a pretty stacked cast, though, really. What's up, man?
I definitely did not put them on.
Yeah, it's good. Oh,
Because
you're
I
thinking of
couldn't
Wedding
find
Crashers. Yeah, you're thinking of Wedding Crashers. No, Swingers, the movie Swingers back in the olden days. 1996, baby. Vintage. It's vintage.
Does Ahimsa need the link? Oh, there it is.
Yeah, I got it. I gave Ahimsa the link.
I want to hear what she had going on with Marte.
Yeah, I want to hear that too.
Did you say you were getting in touch with Enrique?
Yeah, I'm getting in. Yeah, I was going to do it this week, but
Taria?
things are so up in the air. So you've never heard of Swingers? It's a legit awesome movie. It's really good. If you
That's
never heard of
that old Corno, right?
No, it's Vince Vaughn and Jon Favreau. It's one. I think it's Jon Favreau's first actual movie that he made.
Sure, it is.
Yeah. Well, I mean, as far as I mean, I don't know about his adult acting career. You would be better. To speak
Sure, it is.
So, Wedding Crashers is hilarious.
That's one of the all-time greats.
Yeah.
Superbad is probably the best.
Nah,
I love Superbad.
Yeah.
But I mean, you could see me loving that shit. It's a bunch of high school kids trying to get drunk and score.
Yeah. It's literally nothing's changed for you since high school.
Nothing.
So, Ahimsa was there, and then she dropped off, so she may be having some connection issues. So we'll just give her a few minutes. But yeah, the Swingers is about like these guys that are trying to make it in Hollywood as actors or whatever, and it's just kind of like follows around their life and how ridiculous it is. Like they all drive everywhere individually instead of like taking, in case they pick up a chick, they don't have to like give rides home or whatever. And it's really fun. They all use the club. It's very hilarious. It's the humor in it's very funny. So it's pretty cool. They go to clubs and it'll be like just rocking out. And they're like, this place is dead. Yeah, there's nobody here. Fuck this. Let's go somewhere else. It's a lot. The McLovin part in Superbad was pretty rad, to be honest.
The whole movie was great.
I liked how the cops entertained McLovin the whole time. They're like,
that was the least realistic part.
It absolutely wasn't realistic at all. Yeah, you have the honor of once having a job that is now extinct, the video store clerk. Oh yeah. That's a bold move. I can't match that move. I was never a video store clerk. I did work in movie theaters though. So I ran the projectors and I was a manager for a long time.
Tits.
Back when people thought that they were like a DVD or something. It was hilarious. Like, no, it's film. It's massive film. Yeah, they don't make movies like they used to. They don't make anything like they used to. Except supermodels. They still make some banger supermodels. You saw someone wearing a Blockbuster shirt yesterday?
That's tight.
I think you can still buy a Blockbuster t-shirt. I mean, it won't be an original, of course. Ahimsa, is everything okay? So apparently, the anime thumbnail is probably might be hurting me in the algorithm.
I've heard that they're starting to push down on AI slop, which I'm good with. I got yours. I feel like yours is grandfathered into my brain, but I'm tired of the AI shit.
Which one is grandfathered into your brain?
Your thumbnails are grandfathered because you've had them for a minute.
Yeah, I have the ones that I use all the time, the red one for the night shows and the blue one for the day shift shows, those weren't actually done by AI. I actually had a graphic artist do those. They were like when I first started, there was a guy named
well, you said the AI one is hurting you.
No, the anime. The anime avatar or thumbnail that I have tonight. I was told that it was I was told that hurts you in the algorithm.
Anime is weird. I agree, Naomi. I will not get a haircut. Now that you told me to get a haircut, I actually want one, but I can't get it for at least for longer now.
Who said to get a haircut? Oh, there it is. It's Tyler. Tyler, bro, let's jump on here, my man.
So, TVT, whose nuts does he swing off? Is it Andrews or is it fucking Rob's?
I don't think he really swings off of anybody's nuts, but I think he
might be someone's nuts because
he might be part of the Crucible.
Okay, so
I don't know if he's part of the. I think
TVT. Whose nuts do you swing off? Rob's or Andrews?
I like TVT. He's a good dude.
I know you do. That's fine. I'm still gonna talk shit on him. He's not a good dude, but I get that you like him.
He says neither.
Of course, he says neither.
He's Canadian though, so. I like him. He can get a little.
All right, let me try this. Who did you donate to last?
Sarah's back. Oh, TVD says I just talk shit, Flo. He does talk shit.
Who'd you donate to last?
Probably.
That's how we'll assess that.
If I'm
Carrie says she had to. The kids needed her for something. If we're still on, she'll be back later.
Okay, that's fine. I'm on Instagram right now. The fuck?
Hell nah.
Whoa, that's bold.
Yeah, no, I don't need the hair that I do have to start sliding off the back like seems to happen with men who get ponytails too late in life.
Average Sarah enjoyer. There's no H at the end of Sarah's name.
Maybe I'm talking about a different Sarah.
Probably. You got a haircut. You're gainfully employed again.
Mm-hmm. I started in the second. So,
well, that's how I mean, he was all shaggy and shit, but now he's got to show up at the office.
That's why you're flaunting.
Dusty,
I refuse to join the employed.
Oh, okay, that makes sense then. Yeah, degen leftist standing up for the woman that hit ice with her car. I saw that last night.
Yeah, what was he doing in front of the car?
He wasn't in front of the car. She backed up and turned 90 degrees and put him in front of the car. He approached from the side. You goofball.
He approached from the side and then stood in front of the car.
When she turned it into his direction, stomped on the gas and hit him.
He hit
the goofball.
He hit the driver's side headlight.
That's
she actually
baloney.
turned more away from him.
Baloney. No, actually, when she stomped on the gas initially, she was still turned left, but she skidded out on the ice. Tim Pool, of all people, who's never taught me anything in my life, he's so stupid, showed that to me.
Yeah, I don't care what Tim Pool thinks. I'm just saying there was a cop that decided to put himself in front of a woman who is in a vehicle who's not cooperating.
He approached
that is an escalation.
And there is a cuck who's sitting here denying that woman was guilty.
I'm not the one licking boots.
That's it. I'm an authoritarian. I'm all cool with the government doing what the government's supposed to do.
He's literally matter of fact, he is the average bootlicker enjoyer. So
yeah, it's the political ideology of hit me harder, daddy.
Look, I've had I don't know how many non-interventionist arguments with him, and he insists that we must intervene the world over. We are the world's daddy, according to Tyler.
He's just another stick in the bundle.
America is the greatest country because we are the only country founded on a nation of ideals. Those ideals are the best. We have proven that they work by becoming number one. Why would we not take the world stage and make the world more secure? The liberal principles of democracy and the moral principles that come from the Declaration of Independence about our inalienable rights, life, liberty, and property, as well as the pursuit of happiness. We are a nation of ideals. I do.
There's no way you support ICE having the power that it does, doing the things it does, and you believe in those rights.
I absolutely do. ICE has the power and authority to deport illegals.
Blue or don't tread on me. You can't have both. Which one is it?
No. That's not how that works. Unfortunately, social contract theory.
Exactly how that works.
Fortunately for you, social contract theory covers this. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness for our citizens. Non-citizens are breaking the law. Criminals make it harder for us to have our rights. So we need to police criminals.
Who is it? It's citizens that are pissed off about it. It's citizens that don't want ICE in their communities.
And it's
citizens getting shot in
citizens
the face
that voted in Trump. The mass deportation guy.
Right. Trump is in office, so we do what he says. Hit me harder, daddy. Exactly.
No, Trump is in office, so he does what he promised when he was voted into office on the campaign trail. He didn't build a wall.
He didn't arrest Hillary. He didn't release the Epstein files.
Hey, the Epstein files are currently being released. They have to get redacted properly. He tried to build the wall. He got about 20% of it done, but was mostly rebuilt.
He did the lockdowns.
Hey, man, you can't fall for if you fault Trump for that. It's like faulting Biden for not getting
socialist. Listen to me. That is a socialist.
I can't argue with that a little bit. He has been seizing the means of production to bring it under the government's wing. But I'm at the end of the day, I'm left of center. I don't mind that. You got a little stake in the business. We tell them what to do. Democrats are already
you don't actually have any ideals, though. That's what I'm pointing out.
Tyler, did you see the debate last night was with me and Soy Pill and Loser Box?
A bit. I really wanted to get in on that, man. I can't watch Loner Box. He's such a smug cunt. I was so sad I couldn't make that, man. I really wanted to get in there.
So by my count, they committed all of the major fallacies: straw man, pivot, appeal to authority, basically all of them. What was your impression?
Well, I mean, Soy, as I said, I like Soy Pill. I
know you like Soy,
but a lot of his arguments are kind of shit, and he just doubles down on them. And
he's a likable guy. You know what? Mm-hmm. I could see that he's a likable guy, and if he came over for a party or something, and it'd be cool to have him hang around and bullshit for a while, but he'd have to leave pretty soon after. But yeah, he can be a cool guy, but he's fucking wrong as shit. And he would not engage in any of the hypotheticals. The hypotheticals they offered were dumb as fuck. And they were talking, the Loner Box literally tried to tell me that, well, he put his phone in from his right to his left hand, then he drew his gun and stood there. And I'm like, no. Well, you can see that he totally pauses. And I'm like, yeah, for like 1/100th of a second, you cunt. Like, what the fuck?
After.
Like, well, no, he totally. But if you slow it down, he's totally paused. He stood there. I'm like, get the fuck out of here.
And that was after the car was already put into drive
And spinning the tires.
Yeah, when the tires were, as soon as the tires spun, even if that car didn't accelerate forward, even if it didn't hit the cop, right then and there, when she was showing she was going to be using it as a weapon, it's immediately classified as a deadly weapon because of the.
We can't say that she was going to use it as a weapon. The minute that she accelerated towards a human being, it became a weapon.
Yeah, that's
and that's what I told them, and they hand waved that shit off. So they basically hand waved every single point that they didn't like, didn't engage with it. It was bad, man. It was just bad. And I understand now why they will only debate on friendly ground. They will not debate.
I asked Soy Pill to come on your show almost every week. He is never accepted. I asked him to come on Horseradish's show every week. He's never accepted. And I don't think he's a coward. Maybe he's just a busy guy. But the only time I've ever encountered him really is on Gibbs' show, because Gibbs really does try when he's moderating to not let his bias out. I give him that. He's a good host.
But he's only been on Gibbs' show like one time, though. And he got railed.
Yeah, you and I were there.
Yeah, he got railed. He didn't like that shit at all. So.
That was the left is obsessed with January 6th. That after that panel where we completely crushed them, Rinyo went back to his channel and said he obviously won. He's never lost a debate on January 6th, but refuses to talk to me. I'll have you on my show, and then I hit him up, and I can show you the DMs. It's always like, hey man, you ready to have me on your show? No answer. Hey man, I'm ready to come on. No answer. Hey man, I can come on. No answer. But he'll always say in public, I'll have you on anytime. He's just a fucking coward.
Yeah.
So it is what it is.
Yeah, I think that was I said this multiple times. It all changed because she was in park. The minute the officer went to get her out, she threw it into reverse, hammered it back, and did line up, pointed, whether she meant to or not, she did in fact line up so she was actually directly pointed at the officer. Which is interesting because they kept saying that, Soy Pill kept saying, but she was turned away from him. She had to back up. Otherwise, how could she get around him? And he drew his little cunty picture. But I'm like, but she didn't need to back up. She could have just driven off. And then they showed the video where literally all she had to do was just drive off. Like, just drive off. But now my understanding is that, and this shows how little research they did, is that there was ice there and she had to back up to get over the ice that was in front of her front tire, which, as anyone that's driven in the ice knows, I'm sure that that's the reality of it. Yes. Lonerbox said that the shots were impossible until after she was fleeing her. What he actually said was, he said that if they had just let her go, it would have been impossible for them to shoot at her, and therefore it would have not have been a big deal. I'm like, no, that's not how guns work. We can shoot guns any direction. Yeah. And I kept telling them that he was not directly in front of the car. So this is the kind of bullshit that I deal with, Flo. I know you didn't watch anything. This is the kind of bullshit that I deal with.
What's that?
They literally tell me that he's standing in dead center in front of the car, which is a lie. He's not at any time standing dead center in front of the car. At the same time, they tell me that when she drove forward into him, he was to the side enough that she did not make contact with him, and he had to lean over the car to shoot into the window. And I'm like, none of that shit is what you just said. Like, none of that makes sense. Like, pick one or the other, brother, because either he's in the center of the car and he can shoot through the window and get hit by the car and get moved, or he's off to the side and he can't shoot through the front of the car at the angle that he did. You can't have it both ways. Physics.
The police don't have the duty to retreat. In fact, they have the obligation to not retreat in those circumstances. So if you're surrounded,
they've been pointing to this officer-induced jeopardy, which is it's not a policy, it's not a standard. It is a theory in law enforcement that's emerging and is starting to become a recommended policy in some agencies of don't put yourself in front of a car, don't walk behind vehicles, all that kind of thing, which is impossible for a law officer to do and do their job. But they want to minimize it. They want them to think about it, right? And this all comes out of some female officer was walked in front of a car, and the car accelerated towards her and hit her. And I think she ended up shooting through the windshield a bunch, but it killed her. And it was a bad deal all the way around. And so they, the question is that had she not been in front of the car, then did she make basically a guy fleeing? Did she turn that into a felony murder because she put herself in front of the car? The actual criminal justice code that I found, and I found a couple of them, but the one that I found that seems to be most applicable is that it is unlawful for an officer to attempt to stop a moving vehicle by stepping in front of it and pointing their gun at it. Now, I'm sure that's at barricade. I mean, that's not from a stop. You understand? That's from a moving vehicle. I think it even says a moving vehicle. Officers are not to step in front of a moving vehicle. So,
if you step in front of a car when the person inside of it is not complying with getting out, what you're doing is you're intentionally escalating it to a life and death situation. You're saying comply or I'm going to shoot you. That's what that is.
Yeah, I don't know that I don't know that I can get there from here, but I mean, I don't know that that's the question there. Okay, all right.
Tell me again, Tyler. He never stood in front of the car.
Can you show the whole video, or are we just taking a screenshot after she backed up?
This is his camera from in front of the car. All you need is
this. Is a screenshot. This could be after she backed up and changed direction. I didn't say he never stood in front of the car. I said he approached from the side. She turned the car almost 90 degrees and
she didn't back up. And when she backed up, when she finishes backing up, she is pointed directly at it.
Yeah, but he approached from the side, and she
was walking around the front. Why did he walk around the front?
He did walk around the front, but he had, at that point he assumed the car was still in park. I would say, I don't know.
Yeah. But my example that I've been using, and I'll watch this while I'm talking, but my example that I've been using here is if that was any other deadly weapon, and we've already shown that once you're showing willingness to use a car to at least move a human body, you're using it as there it is, the car backing up and now being aimed at him. But once you're showing that, like if it was a knife,
right in front of it.
If it was a knife and she took a knife and she didn't have any intent to kill a cop, she was just
moving
swinging
before she
around,
looking at him.
If
it was a knife, she wouldn't be hiding inside of it.
Yeah, if it was a knife, another deadly weapon, she would have been shot and nobody would have a problem with it. A car is also a deadly weapon. It's a deadly weapon in this context, though.
It could be used as one, but she's using it as a safety. She's hiding behind it. She's hiding inside of it.
You don't have the right to hide from officers when they're arresting you. You don't have the right to flee.
They don't have the right to execute somebody who doesn't comply with getting out of the car.
They didn't execute her. It was a justified shoot.
He moved in front of the car. At that point, it's a deadly weapon, right? Because he's in front of the line of driving.
No. It's not a deadly weapon until she.
Well, hold on. You guys are kind of talking past here for a minute. So everything I can find says that if you accelerate a car towards a person, they don't have to be directly in front of it. If that vehicle becomes considered a deadly weapon the minute it accelerates in the direction of someone.
So showing that
now, granted that
I'm not arguing the legal point. I'm not arguing the legal point.
Okay. The first issue is that, well, I mean, look, nobody's saying the cops did a good fucking job here.
Oh yeah, lots of people.
I am.
I haven't said that.
I'm saying they did a good job, and this is exactly what they're supposed to do.
I think it's a good shoot, but I think that I've said I'm going to drop this down, Dusty. I've said this multiple times, and I said this last night in the debate. Look, you have federal agents who are put in a situation where they're effectively conducting a traffic stop, which is something they don't do on the regular basis, right?
Properly so.
And so they may have at some point in 10 years, the guy's been an officer for 10 years ago. So 10 years ago in his training, it was probably covered, hey, which actually probably wasn't, because 10 years ago, this wasn't policy. Don't walk around in front of cars. Don't walk behind cars, because people run over your dumbass. Just like it's just been a few years that they've been parking at an angle so people won't back in and set off the airbags on police cars.
You don't need training, though. You don't need to be trained to not walk in front of a car. It doesn't need to be in the manual.
No, that's bullshit. People walk in front of cars literally every single fucking day.
Every one of them knows that to shoot somebody, you have to reasonably fear, or you have to fear for your life. He put himself in position to fear for his life.
Okay. When he's moving around the car, as far as he knows, this is still just, he doesn't know his partner's decided to arrest this lady.
You don't have any idea that he knows that or doesn't know that.
He walked.
Well, you don't hear it in the video. You don't hear the guy. You hear, get out of the fucking car.
Mm-hmm.
Dusty, carrying over your logic to any other circumstance, it would say if a guy has a gun in his hand, the police shouldn't even engage him because they're putting themselves in harm's way. Yes.
No.
Okay, hold on. But this is, you guys are, this is a minutia point that doesn't matter, because he was in front of the car. She drove towards him. None of the how he gets in front of the car is fucking irrelevant.
It's not irrelevant.
It is fucking irrelevant.
No,
and otherwise, it would literally. It's not even a policy. It's not even a policy to not walk in front of it.
I don't give a fuck what it is.
A couple.
The matter is, this was a traffic stop,
but it wasn't a traffic stop. They did not have the authority. Hold on. That's the problem. That's the problem with this. It wasn't a traffic stop. They didn't pull her over. She was parked across the street. They went up there to confront her for obstructing their investigation. They're not traffic cops. They don't do traffic stops.
Right. They don't have the authority.
This was not a deadly situation at all until the cop decided to make it one.
The cops did not decide. No. Until that woman decided to make it one.
Yes.
The woman decided to drive off, and the second she decided to drive off, she made it one. That cop could have been completely on the side of the car, and the way she came out of there, he could have feared for his life and shot her. And you would. So all right. So let's just say, let's move him to the side 1 foot, which is all that was needed for him to clear and not get hit. Just move him 1 foot. Is he still under threat when she accelerates towards him on an icy street?
He was under threat when she accelerated towards him.
Yes.
He was under threat. Yes. And I'm not making a legal case. I didn't think that he'll get in any legal trouble at all. What I'm saying is, whether it's right or wrong, that man was out of danger. There was no danger at all until he chose to walk in front of the car.
You're partially correct. No, Dusty, you're wrong about this. He was out of danger until she decided to put the car into reverse and back up, aiming the vehicle at him, directly at him.
We need to watch this again, don't we?
Yeah, watch it. Watch the overhead view. The overhead view is the best.
Find the overhead video then.
No, you can say you're not making the legal argument. You could say you're not making the legal argument, but if you're saying that she was executed improperly, then you are making a legal argument. You're saying he killed her unjustly.
I'm making a morality argument. You understand that laws can be bad at the same time, right?
Yeah.
Sure, but if you're saying
he is correct about this one. I used U.S. versus Wallace last night. That was not addressed.
You would have been a fantastic subject to His Majesty.
Okay.
Come on, the redcoats, the bad guys.
That's not going to bother me. I'm pro-authority. Our country and every other civilization requires authority to run. I'm not a libertarian.
Back the blue till it happens to you.
The debate with fucking Fabian Liberty on this was just fucking lit.
I don't think that he's a libertarian either.
Oh, he is the libertarian.
I think sex should be illegal until you're 26 or something stupid. That's crazy. How would you even enforce that?
Well, he has two different circumstances. He has practical.
He's a non-aggression principle guy.
Yeah, his ideological stance is different than his practical stances. He will argue ideology if you get into that realm, and when you do, he is clearly an ANCAP.
Oh yeah, did Tyler? Did you see the debate on Prime where he's literally like, "This is just an example of like authority run wild or whatever the fuck it was." It was crazy.
Yeah, I saw clips of it. I can't watch Prime talk after I broke his brain.
I'm surprised he had me on. I thought I was banned.
Sarah hosted it when I broke Prime's
Did you
brain.
know that in 2025, cops killed more Americans than mass shooters, T-words, and undocumented immigrants combined? Interesting.
Okay, so what?
Yeah, a lot of bad people out there.
They have the monopoly of force. They should be doing
That
the
is
most
true.
violence.
This is what I'm saying. You don't have you referenced the American values. You have no values.
The monopoly of force is what's required to have authority in the country. Authority is in the country is what is required to have our value systems instantiated
and when you are entrusted with monopoly on force, you should have higher standards of behavior.
I don't have any sound. Is there?
No, I would let the sound off because I mean,
okay, all right, that's fine.
There, I want to hear when the shot happens because I think the shot happens before I can't remember, either before he stops moving or before she stops moving.
Dusty, go have some lunch, big boy.
It happens as he's falling.
Whoa!
Literally as he's falling down.
Whoa!
So you got one cop hanging off the door handle. You got another cop walking in front of the vehicle. These people,
I've never been hit by a car, but it probably sucks.
I have. It's not that bad.
Dusty's saying these people.
Now, all right. Now the problem with Dusty, hold on. Pause it.
He moves back towards the line of the cars driving.
Whoa!
No, the way he does his body in the other view, you can see that he is almost at where he's not going to get hit by the car. Almost.
Okay, well, then if there's another view, then you can share it. But in this video, he moves in front of the car, and then she's trying to get away and he moves back further, deeper, right here. He doubles back. Boom.
No, I think he just changes his camera angle. He doesn't actually move back.
Yeah, he switches hands with the camera. That's the only time.
He switched from right hand to left hand on the camera.
You
At
can
the
see
same time he's drawing his gun.
original.
He changed hands with his phone while he's drawing his gun.
Yeah, you can see. Yes, you can see in the original angle. His feet don't move.
All right, somebody needs to show the other video then.
Yeah. So what he does is that as he gets to that corner of the car, he sees his partner trying to open the door and hears, "Get the fuck out, bitch," or whatever the fuck it was. And when that moment, he transfers the phone to his right hand, and he doesn't put his hand on his gun, but his right hand's free, and he's filming with his left. That's why it looks like he moves back over, but he does not move back over.
I think it's weird that he was filming on his phone anyways.
It is weird that they don't have body cams for ICE, but they're, that may be a Fed thing and not a, I don't know. But yeah. Yeah, I've seen like 3 or 4 different views. So I've seen the view from his partner's camera or point of view. I've seen the view from the top angle, from the neighbor that was filming it, and a couple other views. Yeah. A helping hound says, you got to stop the cop hating. The cops that did you dirty are probably dead or retired by now. Most cops are post 1900s. Let it go.
Yeah, you're a racist against cops.
He's not racist.
I am absolutely racist against
You're
cops.
bigoted. Use the right damn word. You're an educated man.
They're blue, and he's anti-blue. It's racism.
Okay, that's fine. Yes, I am prejudiced against cops and prosecutors, especially prosecutors. They're worse.
Especially prosecutors. They're your least favorite.
Yep.
My least favorite people are prosecutors.
I don't like fucking salesmen.
You are a salesman.
I'm not. I work in IT and programming. I fucking hate salesmen.
I thought you were a sales guy.
Especially the ones that come to your door and won't take no for an answer. The ones that get real SAE in terms of like trying to sell you shit. Those are the ones I can't fucking stand.
You can't get them to go away.
Yeah, well, like
you're
tell them to fuck off and slam your door.
You're a disempowered, weak man. That's why you like the authoritarian ideal.
I just don't want to be rude to random people for no reason. I mean, they force me. They force the rudeness out of me when I'm trying to be a good.
I literally am like, I had a guy yesterday come with AT&T fiber, and I'm like, yeah, dude, I'm good for internet. And they're like, we're just running a comparison test free. And I'm like, no. And I closed the door. I'm just like, dude, just shut up.
Yeah, they won't. They force you to be rude to them, and it's like it's just above. It's too fucking below board for me. I can't deal with the over the topness. Just take no for a fucking answer and go to the next fucking house. You're wasting your time.
I'd put it all together now.
You need to be a more grouchy old man like me.
I want to be polite to my fellow citizens. Like it's just
polite. You can politely be grouchy.
Yeah. I just want to be. It's a civic duty to appreciate my fellow citizens and show them a level.
Civic duty.
Yes, and they force the anger out of me that I don't want to give them, but they need it.
Just embrace the rage, take responsibility for your own anger, embrace the shadow, and be the angry asshole that you want to be.
I don't want to be
the dark side.
Ironically,
it's there.
If you just this is what integrating the shadow is about. This is Jungian psychology. The more you resist that part of you, you'll be out of control of it. You need to integrate it, accept it, be in control of it, be an asshole, let yourself be an asshole, and then you'll be able to be a nice guy too, actually, instead of being a repressed authoritarian with your serial killer haircut.
You heard it here from Dusty. If you want to hit your wife, smack away.
Well, I mean, why don't you get a wife that you don't want to hit? That's what I would say.
If that exists, you fucking find her for me.
Oh, it does. It didn't at first. I mean, it didn't the first round. But I replaced my original wife with.
Oh, that's what you meant. I thought you meant you had to smack her around a bit to get her that way.
I mean, I learned my lessons from my marriage, and I replaced the loudmouth with an introvert. And now, when she's acting crazy, it doesn't even matter because she's an introvert and she's doing it all inside her head by herself.
So, one important thing. I think it's a little off topic. What were you guys talking about before I got in here and started filibustering?
It's a chill stream, baby.
Okay.
We're talking about nipples.
So there's a group of people I want to talk about. They have dual loyalty to another country, and I think that they need to renounce that loyalty or they need to be removed from the United States. And yes, I'm talking about the papists, the Catholics. The Catholics have dual loyalty to the Vatican, and it disgusts me, and they need to get out or they need to denounce their Catholic faith.
You're going to have an issue with a lot of religions then.
Just the Catholics. All the rest of the Christians are.
I'm okay with
nice
that.
people.
The Jesuits are weirdos.
Jesuits are weirdos, though. I mean, that's true.
I went to a
What's
Jesuit
up? What say,
school. I
Lou?
didn't realize that they were weirdos until after I graduated.
Honestly, Catholic Church. I go to a Roman Catholic.
Blair
church.
1% reminds us all that clubhouse rules. If the old lady is acting up, sometimes you have to show her the pimp hand. Let's keep the pimp hand strong, guys.
Which side though? The front or the back?
I mean, the front hands for like when they really fuck up. So
all right.
It's got to keep that pimp hand strong. I just got fucking clipped by Dusty. I just realized that.
The Crucible coming out against women. But Dusty's over here. He's going to bring the panel verse up. I'm all for it. Power to Sarah.
Free Panelstenia.
The red ruby of the panel verse.
If Rob and Andrew weren't morons, they would realize that the panel verse includes all of us.
Rob is far from a moron. He gets a little angry sometimes.
You're right. Rob's not a moron. He's a pedantic child.
He doesn't admit sometimes when he's wrong and gets angry instead. I've seen it happen. But he's far from a moron. Highly intelligent, great debater. I've taken tips from him and notes from him and shit.
He's taken a few L's too from
Runaway Rob is a rage baby.
I've only argued against him twice. One time it was more just kind of me new to the internet testing my mettle. The second time I proved him wrong. He put me in the timeout box and spent 15 minutes saying I was a leftist trying to pretend to be a moderate so I could usher people into the Democrat Party.
You know exactly what I'm talking about. You've experienced it as well.
I have. But he apologized for it. He unbanned me from his channel after a year, so we're cool now.
Wow, a
you
year. It
debated
took him
him
a year to
since?
get over that.
No, I just did panels with him. I think he probably, in all honesty, he probably forgot. And then I was like, hey, man, you still got me banned for that one time you bad faith me. He said, sorry about that. Sorry about the ban. I unbanned you. Here you go. Whatever. So it's water under the bridge, but I have witnessed it myself.
Yeah.
Cam the King says, all knuckles, baby, when it comes to the discipline.
You know what really helps get them in line is these bottle openers.
You can 3D print those.
Yeah, I bought these. I got another one somewhere. I got two.
Do you have a metal 3D printer?
Me?
Yeah, my brother-in-law has one. It's fucking cooler than shit. He makes all
I've really been tempted to buy one, but I do not as of yet have one.
Yeah, he took his computer desk and then he 3D printed a bunch of things that he could add on to it and added 2 extra shelves to his computer desk that snug, secure, fit. It's really fucking cool. He did a lot of cool shit with it.
I bet that's expensive.
It is a bit, but programmer money, dog.
I'm on that silver money.
But, at the end of the day, having a nice real job means I can really just come on here and be honest. I don't have to please any crowds. I don't have to sell myself to anybody. I can just say what I think. And if nobody fucking agrees and subs to my channel, and then too fucking bad for them because I want to still be me. It's kind of nice. But yeah, I'm real jealous, man. I really wanted to get on that last night. My dog's in the ER right now with pancreatitis. She's it cost me $2 fucking grand, which is crazy. But I just had a bad couple of days. I'm just, but I couldn't make it. So sorry about that. I could have been back up. I hope your partner did half as good of a job as I could have done because then you would have won.
Last night, no, he did okay for having come in cold. But again, to be honest with you, I didn't think we were going to rehash the shooting again. I thought we were going to be talking about them grabbing ICE grabbing people off the street. I prepared for the entirely the wrong debate. And so obviously Soy Pill and Loser Box can only debate things they've debated 30,000 fucking times, and which is fine. Good thing you can't print Legos. You're wrong, sir. The patent on Legos expired about 3 years ago. And so they make the shit out of them in China, and they're better than the Legos we get over here, to be honest. And
I don't think China waits for patents to end.
Yeah,
I know I've bought a lot of Spyderco knives from China.
Yeah,
I think
I think Spydercos are actually made in China now, so.
I think they've stolen about $500 to $600 billion worth of U.S. patents in terms of how much money we spent to invest in them. It's fucking crazy. And the fact that no other president has done anything about it because they don't want the economy to see a hiccup is wild to me. You're just letting them get away with murder. If every country did that shit to us, we would go bankrupt. So Reagan put fucking 100% tariffs against the Japanese for stealing our IP, and that finally shut them down. I'm glad somebody else is doing it to China. I don't care if it's a Republican or a Democrat.
Well, the Chinese economy is pretty bad right now. Get a Naligu carbon grid, $300, 15 minutes setup, and you're rolling. I have I have two 3D printers. I have a what the fuck is that thing? If I hadn't tried to think of it, I'll think of it in a minute. But I have a Bamboo Labs X1 Carbon, and then I have a what the fuck is it? It's a massive fucking 3D print. It's the biggest 3D printer I could get at the time. It is a now I can't think of what the fuck it is. 1 second, I'll figure it out. But I really like the Bamboo Labs. It's pretty good.
But yeah, so apparently ICE killed another person yesterday. He was attempting to take his own life and died from it, but ICE was involved trying to stop him.
I'm sure. I'm so sure.
That's apparently what happened.
Right. I'm sure that's what happened.
I would love to see
I haven't
Suicide by
heard about it. I'm
cop,
not
what
saying
we're
that you're
talking about.
lying. I haven't heard anything about it. I'm just saying like they're lying.
I would love to see Trump throw the Insurrection Act down on some fucking protesters that are obstructing justice.
Yeah, there's a lot of thought as to why he has not.
So in
Yeah.
the military,
So I have the Anycubic Chiron, the CHIRON is my other 3D printer, which I don't use anymore, and I think my brother's going to buy it.
are neither of you are vets, are you?
Sorry?
Are either of you veterans?
No.
I'm not a veterinarian.
In the military, you fire when you're fired upon, right? That's the standard operating procedure. Why the fuck do you want our law enforcement to be less restricted in shooting people than military in a war zone?
Because the military.
So when it is not you don't fire until you're fired upon. That's actually wrong. Your ROE changes from area to area and depending on what you're actually doing at that moment.
The military has access to significantly more lethality with the weapons that they're allowed to have versus our police force as well. They have fully automatic guns. They have grenades. They have all sorts of fucking shit.
As far as officers of the law, they have a higher, in theory, I don't think that this carries out in practice, and I've heard it argued a lot of times. I just don't know that it carries out in practice. In theory, they have a higher responsibility to basically hold their fire until they are 100% sure their lives are in danger. But at the same time, it's such a nebulous subject. I may think my life is in danger and you may not.
That's why it's a stupid measure. There should be a more objective measure than were you scared?
What objective measure would you recommend?
Do you have reasonable, is it reasonable for you to believe that you're in danger? Are you actually in danger? Not were you scared? Were you scared?
So it's an interesting it's an interesting point of view. So a few years ago, actually many years ago, I was pulled over in Reno. He
said he'll be right back.
I got pulled over outside of Reno after I drove through the Washoe Valley. And so I get pulled over by this female cop. She comes to the passenger side door.
They're the worst.
Huh?
They're the worst.
Yeah. She comes to the passenger side door instead of the driver's door. I had rolled down the window on the driver's door. So to be able to hear her, I was rolling the window back up and I was getting my driver's license. So I'm like this. I turn back to look at her and she has her gun pointed at my fucking face. Was she wrong to do so?
She definitely used poor judgment. I don't know why she would need to do that. Can you?
So the police officers operate on this threat matrix, which whether or not I agree with it is irrelevant. It's just what it is. Where first she saw a gun under the seat of my vehicle. Now I don't know when she saw that. It definitely was there. I had a .45 underneath the seat of my truck. It's perfectly legal in Nevada at the time, and 100% okay for me to do that. Cock, lock, ready to rock. The fact that I had my hand on my wallet, which I think she could see, because I may have even already had my wallet kind of out, right? And I was still rolling the window up, but because I was doing something, cops assume a second weapon. If they see one, they assume a second, and that is the threat matrix. That because I actually said the same thing. I'm like, I can't believe that she actually drew her firearm and pointed it at my face when I'm just simply trying to comply and give her my wallet. Now, I will also say at this point that I knew that she was not in control of the situation. I knew that I was going to have to be the one to de-escalate this situation and maintain control because this bitch was ready to cap me.
That's how. That's par for the course.
So,
when I got the last time I got raided, I was on the back porch smoking a cigarette, and they came single file lines around both sides of the house, columns of 4 with their ARs out and shit. And the guy on the right is telling me to put my hands on my head, and the guy on the left is telling me to lay down. So I'm going down like, you guys got to fucking talk to each other, right? Because they're giving me different orders. But yeah, no, they're always sloppy like that. And you've had a gun pointed at you. I don't know if you've had a civilian point a gun at you too. You can, and if somebody listening, if this hasn't happened to you, you'll think I'm crazy. But if it has happened to you, you probably know what I'm talking about. You can tell when somebody points a gun at you if they want to do it or not, because the ones who don't want to do it are scared. And in my experience, about half the cops want you to give them a reason. That's just my take on it.
Yeah. So, I mean, but I was the one that, because I honestly, like, it's not that I knew if I had any idea whether or not she was in control, but I knew that she's already keyed up enough that I needed to bring the temperature back down. And I literally said, you have your gun pointed at me. And she said, yes, you have a gun under your seat. And I'm like, I absolutely do. I'm 3,000 miles away from home. I'm going to be armed. And then she had to get me out of the vehicle, which was interesting because I was on the driver's side. I had to get out the driver's side. She was on the passenger side. So she literally had her gun pointed at my head the entire time that I walked to the back of the vehicle through the glass. And then she put me in handcuffs and put me in the back of the car until she ran all my information. So, but again, I'm the one I never assume that the person pointing a gun at me is in control of anything. And it's up to me to keep myself alive. I don't count on cops knowing how to do their fucking job. I don't count on civilians to not be on fucking crack. It's up to me to not get perforated with bullet holes. And number one thing I'm not going to do is I'm not going to give that person a reason at all to put a hole in me. Right? Like I'm just not going to do it. And I've been, I've had, because I travel with firearms, because personally, I honestly think they have some way of knowing that I am a dangerous individual.
Well, they run your plate. They know that you've got a concealed carry permit.
I don't anymore. Not required in Tennessee. I can walk around loaded, concealed, on my hip, whatever. Doesn't matter. So I don't put the onus on other people because I just don't believe in other people to have the kind of ability that I have. Now, multiple times, I hear people say, well, the cops ought to do this, the cops ought to do that. Man, the thing is that I can't count on a cop to be a better human being. Right. Like it does. I would love to say that,
which is very pragmatic of you, but it has nothing to do with whether or what the cop's doing is right or wrong.
Sure. And let me finish up. I don't count on cops being a better human being because at the end of the day, cops, as a profession, it attracts people that want to do good and have the best intentions in the world and all of that. But it also attracts people who just want to be able to beat the shit out of people. Right? And so I can't count on which cop I'm going to get today. That's why that's why I'm shocked at these dumbasses that go out there and throw things at cops and yell at cops and do all of that, counting on a good nature that may not exist.
Yeah, it's naive, sheltered people.
I'm sorry?
It's naive, sheltered idiots.
Right. I mean, I just don't give them a reason to beat the shit out of me, right?
Yeah.
Because I'm 100% aware that I don't know if I've got Christian, want to save the world cop, or if I've got the cop that smokes 8 packs of cigarettes a day just to keep his fucking sanity, is getting divorced, feels like he's fucked over by the system, and he is fucking pissed. Right? And fucking motherfucker may even be on speed. He might be working 3 shifts, fuck, I don't know. Might have had a fight with his woman. His car is getting repossessed. I don't know. And I'm not willing to gamble my freedom or my fucking life to be a dick to somebody that has the authority to fuck me over. At least short term, right? At least short term. And it boggles the mind at how people like Soy Pill, for example, can say, well, the cop should have done this, the cop should have done that. Would you? No, he fucking wouldn't. He's sitting there praising these goddamn protesters that are sitting there being complete cockbags, praising them, yelling, honking the horn, being complete douche nozzles out in the street, praising those fuckers, but the cop that just wants to get you to get the fuck out of the car. That's all they want. They're not even at the point, up until that point, they weren't even being
I'm about
dicks.
to start being rude to you if you keep spinning this narrative. That is some of the dumbest bullshit I've.
That is not the dumbest bullshit.
They just want to arrest that woman who's so mean to them.
But that's irrelevant. But all right. So hold on. Let me get this straight.
These poor.
Do you think? Hold on. Do you, when you see a protester who's sitting there yelling at cops, spitting on them, and gets punched in the face, do you which side are you good with?
Well, what are they doing? If they spit on them, then they deserve to get punched in the face.
Okay. What if they're sitting there yelling at them, calling them flaming faggots and all that kind of shit?
Fuck them, they're flaming faggots.
Okay. All right. Fair enough.
Yeah. If you have the right to use deadly force, you have the obligation to be able to get called a name without having to shoot somebody. Actually, we all have that obligation.
But what if he didn't shoot him? Maybe what if he just punched him in the lip?
Is it legal for you to punch somebody if I call you flaming faggot? Can you punch me?
I don't know. In some states, maybe.
No, you can in any state.
It could be assault.
It's not ever. It's never assault.
What is it? Battery?
Getting called a name is not a crime.
No. Well, hold on. No, assault is actually verbal.
Right. A threat.
Battery is
and a threat could be assault.
I can take it in a threatening manner. I can make that argument.
It won't fly anywhere. I mean, you can try, but it's not going to fly.
Sure.
So my point is that, Grid, you are a pitiful fucking bootlicker, and I'm going to be mean like I said I was. Why the fuck would you spin up this imaginary tale to justify a cop doing something when he has special privileges that we as citizens can't do and haven't been able to do since, like, we were little toddlers? This is toddler-level behavior, not to punch somebody because they called you a fucking name.
I actually agree with that part. But when they're sitting there, hold on. So if somebody's sitting there being a bunch of cockbacks, right?
Yes.
And they're whatever. I don't even know what people do these days. Like, all right, let's just say that they're protesting and they're throwing shit at the cops, and it could be like pennies for all I don't know what I don't even know what people do anymore. I don't pay attention to to a lot of the protests just because it's just repetitive to me. But so do you think that, for example, the girl who was screaming at the cop and, literally like in his face, and he takes the pepper spray and sprays it in her face and mouth, do you think that's cool?
No.
You don't think that's cool? Okay.
I don't think either of them are cool. I think both of them are douchebags.
Okay, but I mean, do you think the cop's right to do so?
No. I think that they're both douchebags, but he's the bigger douchebag because the responsibility is bigger on him to act with restraint than it is on her. He's supposed to he's in a position of authority over her.
Mm-hmm.
And so to be so petty and minor, that instead of walking away because she called you a fucking name, which she is legally allowed to do.
I'm not talking about calling her name. I mean, like literally, like up in his face, yelling at him. Maybe some spittles flying in his face or whatever.
It depends. Is he standing there like challenging her? Like,
no, he's just standing there. Like, I'm thinking a very specific video. I think it was in Portland earlier this year.
I don't know which one you're talking. Like that scenario, it's a gray area, right? There's thin lines.
Yeah, it's not lethal, right? It's not lethal.
It doesn't matter if it's lethal. It's
right.
It's illegal.
But it is force.
It's illegal to physically attack somebody because they piss you off.
Okay.
Yes, he has an obligation to not escalate. If she's talking shit legally, fine. If she's rushing up on him, well, then that could be considered assault, right? So
but let's just say that she's literally so close that like. And maybe he's taking a step back. I don't know that he did. I'm thinking of a very specific video where this happened, where literally her face is like right here, like right here, and he leans back and pulls up the pepper spray and gives her a snoot full of pepper spray.
I mean, the way that you describe it sounds like he's a piece of shit and he should be charged for something. Because if you and I civilians did that to each other, it would be charged. Would it be chargeable by between civilians? Is like kind of how I look at it.
I don't think you would be charged with assault if someone was in your face yelling at you and you used pepper spray to deter them. I don't think.
My question would be, if a cop observed two civilians doing that same behavior, would one of them be arrested? If the cop would look at it and say that's self-defense against two civilians he doesn't know, then I think that's probably.
Well, I mean. That's kind of a shitty test because cops and generically cops will just arrest everybody and let somebody figure it out.
The sign.
Yeah, I mean, you get what I'm saying. Like, assume it's a cop that's actually doing his job, right?
Right.
Like,
okay.
That's the test. Because I think that what I keep hearing, or the impression I keep getting from people, is y'all think cops have extra rights to.
No, I don't think they have extra rights. I think that they're constrained to a specific amount. But I also think that it's stupid to put yourself in a situation to give somebody who's looking for an excuse to use force the ability to use force against you.
Oh, absolutely.
Like, that's dumb.
Absolutely. That's dumb.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm going to read this. $5 comes in from Bandit 848. What's up, man? Going back to debate dress, Brian Shapiro ruined the patty cap. Actually, it's not a patty cap. The old man golf hat. What Brian Shapiro wears is called a Boston Scally. It is a take on the flat cap, but it's not a flat cap. I appreciate the $5. And we get another one from Bandit 848. I have 20 years in retail. I'm siding with the cops I'm punching for being cussed out. To the current argument, it's a deterrent. I mean, I don't. So all right, look. Here's where I kind of draw a line, right? So like, if a woman can spray a dude who's accosting her with pepper spray, and that's okay, then a cop who has someone who is literally physically in his face yelling at him can use pepper spray to deter that person and get them away from him, right? Like, it's not lethal. It's the minimum amount of force needed, right?
Do you know why I'm going to tell you you're retarded for that take?
Yeah, go ahead.
Because the woman is the smaller human who's being accosted. She's actually, not only is she,
but you don't want the cop to smack the dude in the face.
The cop is not in danger. He's in the scenario you said.
Neither does the woman. She's just getting yelled at. She's not in danger.
And in the example you just said, she was getting accosted. Like, I assume that means attacked.
Yeah, by both of them are being accosted, but equal. Like there's some like you are yelling.
And I was thinking physically attacked.
Yeah, no. Yeah, okay, sorry, my bad. So if a woman can use pepper spray when a guy is yelling at her as a deterrent and nobody has a problem with it, then a cop who knows the second he touches this person that he's going to go to court, his life's ruined for the next 5 years and all that shit. If he's like, I can't hit I want to hit this person in the fucking nose, but I can't hit the person in the fucking nose. If he pulls out his pepper spray and sprays them, it should be the same amount.
I've called you names several times in the last 5 minutes, and you have been unflappable. Why?
That's because I don't give a shit.
Low standards. You have such low standards for cops, but you should have higher standards.
I have low standards for most humans.
Yeah, but this is a different scenario. you are not face to face, like 1 centimeter away from one another. That is a
Yeah,
that's a
I'm pretty
different
unflappable
scenario
in
as well.
person too.
And no, I
But,
apologize. I
it's pretty.
apologize. I didn't came here to talk about these. To be
Well,
honest.
yeah, I'm sorry, Emmett. You wanted to come up for a minute, and we've
Yeah.
been just burning time here. I'm sorry, buddy. What's
No,
up, man? How
that's
you doing?
completely fine. Good to see you. Great. Thank you for having me on. Good to see you, Flo State. I just wanted
Salute.
to ask you, Flo, if you could give
Mhm.
me your handle for Discord. I have a couple of
Yeah.
prompts.
I've accepted the last 2 prompts that Marte sent me, and I haven't heard anything back from him. I said
Okay.
either one of them is fine.
Okay. I just wanted to have that confirmation.
But-
If I can have your handle for Discord, that would be
Sure, let me
really
get it for you.
good. I'm just trying to get the Marte Flo State debate going. I just.
I
want that.
told Emmett that I would debate him on libertarianism, but not until Marte debates me
Oh,
on
gotcha.
whatever, because mostly to try to mobilize some help to get him to debate me.
I've never seen you go after a debate like this, man. You're like hungry for it.
Well, I go after people, and Marte likes it's because he sits on his channel, he sits on Viction, he sits places, and he talks mad shit. He's like, "Oh, I crush every time I see Dusty, I crush my debate." Okay, bro, let's go. Challenge accepted.
Yeah.
Here, I don't know. Here, I'm dropping you the link, the invite to my server, and then you can find me there.
I'm in your server. I just don't know what
Oh,
your
you are?
handle is.
It's either it's the Powder Dusty or it's Insanity Pimp 11.
It's
Oh
the
yeah,
Powder Dusty.
I'm the Powder Dusty in my server.
Yeah, he's the
Okay.
Powder Dusty.
Okay. I'll find you there then.
Okay.
Yeah. I just wanted to be sure, but yeah, just that's what I was coming on. I'm not gonna go into this. You're already heated enough. I don't need to be part of this
It's
conversation. to
really
be
not
honest.
heated. It's just a great conversation because I think that there's a lot of people out there who the people that most annoy me are the ones that are totally okay with these protesters hurting people, but when an officer makes the assumption that one of these protesters might hurt them, which they do, they literally cops assume that
Right.
everyone's going to hurt them.
Which
Everybody has a fucking problem with.
Which is a reckless mindset. That's a reckless mindset to be walking around in, and that's what they're trying to
You
do.
know, I actually agree with that, and I've talked to a lot of cops, and I'm like, that's a really fucked up mindset to have. I mean, I can understand it because they, you know, a lot of them feel like they're targets and shit like that. I can understand it, but I disagree.
I won't
with
even
it.
put that on the cops. There's a culture in policing that teaches the individual cops, like it's the sheepdog mentality that puts you above the good citizens and above the bad, right? It puts, you know, you're separate from. But anyways,
Well,
go ahead.
I just think that
you were
they're
building somewhere.
they're pretty much there to use force, and
Hold on.
fortunately or
Grid,
unfortunately,
I cut Grid off. I think he was going somewhere with that.
No, it's okay. I'm good. It's all right. It's all good.
well, I'm just gonna say this real quick. I just think they're there to use force, and fortunately or unfortunately, you're gonna have to use force against both, like
What
good
are they there
citizens
to
and
use
bad
force in
citizens.
pursuit of?
For example, in that case, that the force was to get her to get the hell away from where it was, and she wouldn't do it, so they needed to get her.
Instead of
out.
asking leading questions, I'll just shortcut. Police are there to enforce laws. Laws are there to enable a safe, harmonious society. Right? It makes society run smoother for everybody. That's not what cops are doing now. They're escalating. They're making it more unsafe.
Well,
the cop that shot that woman, that was not a dangerous situation until he stepped in front of the car and then started shooting at a crowd behind her. Right? Like, he made that unsafe by escalating because he's got an ego situation. So
Well, I've seen both.
Undermines
I've seen
the point
both.
of having laws at all when you have cops running around just being violent douchebags.
Well, I've seen both cases. I have seen the case in which the laws are not enforced by police, and I have been in the U.S. where the laws are enforced by police, and it can come all the way to the force. Most people in the U.S., especially, most people in the U.S. will go ahead and comply without having any kind of problems. The problem
Right.
is when you use any kind of the problem is when you're not complying, and that that is
Well,
where
hold on a
there's
second.
gonna be force use. And if you live in a place like in Mexico, you can have both cases. You can have a case where it's a incompetent officer that's not gonna do anything and just let you go, or it
Not
can be the
incompetent,
case that
malicious.
is
There's a difference between incompetence and malice.
well, it depends, right? I
Incompetence
would need to
is
know more of the
somebody who's
situation to be
incompetent
able to
isn't
determine it.
hostile. If somebody escalates the situation because they're that much in their ego, that if you don't get out of this car, I'm going to shoot you. If you disobey, I'm going to shoot you. That's not incompetence.
Well, I mean, that's not what's happened here.
Yeah, it's
I think that's what's happened.
I
That's
think
that's
the
absolutely not what happened here, and you
Well,
know
how do
it.
you-
Come
okay.
on, don't be that.
the
Okay,
only thing that I
okay,
would
then let's-
say
how-
is the
okay, how is it not what
escalation
happened?
that I see. Sorry,
Well,
the escalation
okay.
that I see in this situation comes from not complying with the.
This
with the
is where
order.
Dusty is twisting his narrative, and it's okay. I mean, we all have
No,
an
no.
agenda that we kind of want to hit. But
We don't need a meta analysis of it. We just need to how is
yeah,
how is
I'm
that
gonna
not the case?
I'm gonna get there. So all the literally the every step of the way, the cops were trying to de-escalate it, and the women were escalating it. Okay, once the cops had made the decision, which they weren't cops, federal agents. Once the agents had made the decision to arrest her for obstructing their activities, at that point, she doesn't. I mean, she needs to comply. She doesn't, right? She made that choice. The cops didn't push her to that choice. The cops just said the cops did not tell her to throw the car in reverse. Now, the cops made mistakes. The cops made mistakes. I will give you that. The first cop who was at the door and talking to her, he should have, the number one thing he should have said is, ma'am, you need to shut the engine off. I know it's cold, but I need you to shut the engine off. He did not do that. Again, these are federal agents, not patrol cops. So I'm going to give him a little bit of leeway, but that's what he ought have done. He didn't. And and in that moment, with the engine running, there's an opportunity there.
Okay.
The other cop circles the vehicle.
In front of it.
Well, no, he went behind it. He got a picture of the license plate. The other woman is being literally absurd this whole time, which is fine. And the cop doesn't
both of the
really.
women are
Hold on. The cop or the agent doesn't even really talk to her while this is going on. Right? She's filming him. He's filming the car and kind of filming her. He gets a couple of good shots of her because he's doing a good job if she runs or whatever. Now they've got her photo, they've got the license plate, whatever. So he's doing at that point, he's doing an okay job. I don't know what Officer A is doing at the door because Officer A is not if he is recording, we haven't seen that recording. And the woman who is recording in the car, we don't have her phone video yet. And maybe we will. Maybe we will. But that would be very helpful to hear the entire exchange, right? It would be helpful. So as the officer completes his path around the car, assuming it's in park, which he ought, there's no reason not to. There's no reason to assume that this woman in his car is going to peel out and try and kill him.
Yes, there is.
Okay, so you can't have it both ways. You can't have it where officers are like, everybody's out to kill me, and at the same time be like, well, officers should have maximum patience with everybody, and everybody's not out to kill them. You can't have it both ways.
We agree that cops are operating as if everybody's trying to kill them, right? That is how things are.
I think a lot of cops do. I do believe a lot of cops do. I don't think this specific cop was.
Wow,
but
why is this?
He ought have been. He ought have been, but I don't believe that he was. I think that he was. I'm sorry?
Why do you think this cop is the exception to that mindset?
Because if he had actually thought that woman was out to kill him, he would have had his gun out already. It would have been trained on her from the moment that he thought there was a threat.
Okay, I'll accept that. That's a valid reason.
Okay?
Yeah, I'll accept that.
He obviously, and as far as he knew, when he walked up to the car, that car was in park. And she was relatively calm.
Was it in park?
It was in park. It was in park. You can even hear it when she yanks it from park back to reverse and then throws it back into.
Which she
into
did when the other cop grabbed the door handle.
Yes.
That's when she panicked and tried to run.
Yeah, that's when she throws it in reverse. When he has had enough, and he says, "Get the fuck out of the car," because he's already asked her 4 or 5 times, "Get out of the car.
Right.
We're gonna detain you or whatever." Up, my fucking camera just froze. Did I just get knocked
Yeah,
off?
you froze a little bit.
You're
Yeah,
frozen.
all right,
But
cool.
now you're back.
All right, so we're all and up until this point, I actually don't have any real problem, other than I think they should have told her to shut the car off. And I honestly believe that once a decision had been made to arrest the woman in the car, the officer walking around the car should have stopped walking around the car and put the other woman in handcuffs. Okay, that's my other problem with this is that I understand where his mind is. His mind's going, I'm backing up my partner, right? I'm going to get to where my partner is because he's trying to get this woman out of the car. But
you don't know. No, hold on. You don't know where his mind is at.
Well,
and neither do I.
But that's what his actions are.
His actions to me look like
his actions are to go next to his partner who is trying to open the door.
Look, if I'm going to be generous and say you don't know his mind, I don't either. You have to admit that could be it. But to me, it looks like he went in front of the car.
It's irrelevant whether he went in front of the car, because that in and of itself, while you want to make that a big reason, it's not. Cops do walk in front of cars. They do. I understand that for the most part, it's becoming policy in a lot of places to not do that. And there's this very new idea of officer-induced jeopardy. It's a very new idea. It's not a policy. It's not a rule. It's not a law. It's not taught in police academies. It's simply something people have come up with. I understand that people are throwing that out there like it's been the law for the past 10 years, but it fucking isn't.
It's the law now. It's not even the law now. Like I said, I am not saying this cop did anything illegal. I'm saying
I understand that, but you're just saying that the cop ought not have done that, and I'm saying I don't see any reason why he wouldn't have done it, because at that point, she's as far as he knows, it's just they're going to go down. She's going to get out of the car.
Isn't officer safety paramount?
Again, I don't think the officer was. I think there were several mistakes made.
Well,
car should have been shut off. Other woman should have been in handcuffs. Those two things would have helped out a lot. Once a decision had been made to arrest, and they could have the officers, honestly, the agents could have communicated a little better as well and said, "Hey, I'm going to put this woman under arrest. Secure the other person." So I can armchair quarterback this shit all day.
I think that's what we're doing. We're just I'm
armchair quarter. I'm just saying that if you want to point to him walking around the front of the car, I'm gonna be like, well, that's the least issue. To me, that's just a bullshit issue that people are pointing to because they think that somehow makes him and put him in more jeopardy, right? If he had been behind the car,
it does.
If he had been behind the car when she backed up, he would have been hit.
But if he was on the side of the car, which is 80% of the surface area where he started out at, he would have been just fine.
Well, it all started there, but there's no reason to believe that the person is going to start going forward when she's being asked to get out the car. He was this is my opinion, and you can say me wrong, but my opinion, he was trying to get to the other side to help the officers.
Yeah, I mean, he's
getting them out.
Okay,
yeah, cops are more or less done it.
Was the car a deadly weapon when he was standing on the side of it?
No, because it was parked.
No. That's the answer is no.
Because it was parked.
Sideways, because she can't drive it sideways. The cars come out of park,
but it can spin sideways. It's on ice,
right?
It can spin sideways. The minute that car moves, it's a deadly weapon. I don't give a fuck what direction it's going in.
Oh, so okay. So how is it going to kill you if you're standing beside it?
It was on ice. It did in fact spin.
Okay,
you're literally trying to manufacture something to support your case, but it doesn't.
Do I have to pull it up again? I've been right every time I've talked about it.
You've not been right. He is not in. He's not square in front of the car. He is off to the side of the car. The only reason you think he's in front of the car is because he switches the phone from his right to his left hand. You were wrong about that. And you're
Okay.
wrong about where his positioning is on the car.
Well, let me just pull it up again. This is crazy that you.
All right, while you're doing that, I'm going to read these super chats. $2 comes in from Bandit 848. No, they operate as if any interaction can be. That's true. And I think there was another one. I'm sorry, guys. I'm not trying to miss these, but it is a good conversation. I'm really having a lot of fun here. $2 from Bandit 848. Not will be a lethal injection. Yeah.
Interaction.
Interaction. Yeah. I'm sorry.
Well, I'm gonna go ahead
Angry
and say,
shit lip kicking grid is best grid.
I'm gonna go ahead and say goodbye. Thank you very
All right,
much.
man. See ya, Emmett.
for having me on.
Emmett, I love you even if all of your opinions are wrong.
Okay. Love is mutual, even if
Emmett,
all your opinions are wrong.
I need clips, man. I got so much good content. I need clips.
Yesterday was so.
Destiny was good.
Destiny was good. That was
Destiny was good.
Yesterday was good too, but they're kind of infuriating, like really infuriating.
Yeah,
Anyway,
but they're good clips there, man. I gotta have clips, man. Gotta have clips.
Okay.
Jonesing.
I'm gonna be talking to you real soon.
All right, man.
And sure, but thank you so much for having me on and giving me the opportunity. Thank you so much for telling me how you work. 'Cause I tried to find you a couple of times and I just didn't do it hard enough, I guess. But,
And
all right, here we go. This is the same video. This isn't a different video.
I know. Hold on, Emmett. Just so that you're aware. Oh, God damn it! There he goes.
Yeah, he's gone.
Anyways, if he listens back to this,
is this the only video you've seen?
I saw another one somewhere. But look, all I'm doing is showing you. You said that he was never in front of the car. I don't know why the fuck you would say that.
I didn't say he was never in front of the car. I said you said he moved back in front of the car after he is clearly to the side of the car. What he has done there is he has moved the phone. So that, and in the video, in the other video from the other angle, you can see him put his hand on his gun.
Okay. So here's my point. They knew who this woman was. They had all.
Okay, just admit that you were wrong because you said you're right about everything. So just admit.
No, I wasn't wrong. I just don't. You find the other video then. I was just dropping it because it seemed futile. But,
I got you. All right, whatever. I'm not gonna go find the fucking.
They knew
video.
who this woman was. They had all of her license plate, all that shit. She was not gonna get away with this. This also in the beginning of the video, the cops are all in a safe position. Nobody's life is in danger. Except
the guy that got hit.
Well, no, not at the beginning. At the beginning, his life was not in danger either.
But she wasn't driving away at the beginning.
You're right. She was not driving away. She also was not cooperating. Once the cop grabbed her door handle, she panicked, which is predictable. It doesn't make her right. She's not right. She's not right. But the cops are more wrong because they have
all right. Let's just slow down just a couple of seconds.
I'll let you feel about.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry, man.
Anyways, the vehicle was no threat while the cops were in position initially. It became a threat when he moved in front of it. Then it is a deadly weapon. She panicked when the other cop grabbed the door handle, which is predictable. And finally, you said that they decided to arrest her as if that's it, arrest or die. The punishment, the penalty for resisting arrest is up to 6 months in prison. It's not death. You don't get to escalate the situation until your life is in danger, so that if she violates your orders, now you get to kill her. That's it. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. So a couple of things. First, sure, you can say that they knew who she was, but they didn't. They didn't have her ID. They don't know anything. They don't know if that's her car. They don't know if that's an accurate license plate. It was apparently an out-of-state plate or at least out of town or whatever. It was not. You're making an assumption, not in evidence there, which I am too, kind of, because I've only been told in the debates I've had that her license plate was not local. Also, they didn't have time to run the license plate to see if it matched. She had not given them an ID, nothing. Fleeing from a stop is a felony. Okay, so that's bad. The minute she accelerates from a stop, that vehicle becomes a deadly weapon, regardless as if it's pointed at anyone or not.
That's not true.
Okay. All right.
I don't even think that it's true that it's always a felony, because I know people. Have you heard of like slow escaping? People
Yes.
just don't pull over, and it
Mhm.
works because cops don't escalate non-dangerous situations into a dangerous one.
Mm-hmm.
That's why when somebody doesn't pull over for cops, they just eventually will let them go if it goes on long enough.
Okay.
They don't get to ram the car because they didn't pull over when I told them to for their expired tags.
Mhm. So, and it gets into a bunch of legal standards here as far as manner of use and that sort of thing. If the car is actively being used to hit or ram someone, if the driver is operating it recklessly in a way that endangers others, fleeing from a stop is reckless. Now, I want to propose something to you. I want you to. I have a hypothetical here that I used last night. So it was a
I would be
Missouri
hungry.
plate.
I would be hungry
Okay,
if I
I didn't know. I knew that it was a different plate. Thank you, Stephen.
Yeah.
So no, they did not know who she was. That's irrelevant. I mean, it's kind of irrelevant, but you can't say that they could have just arrested her later. That's that's weak sauce. Don't do that. Now,
No,
let's just hold on, Dusty. Hang on. So
I got that from the
obviously,
police
this woman, you say that she panicked, right?
Yes.
You're okay with saying that she panicked. She obviously fled from arrest. Her wife was yelling, "Drive, baby, drive," and she literally spun out. Like, she didn't pull away slowly. She didn't just try and drive away.
Mm-hmm.
She peeled out.
Right.
Okay. On ice, on a slick road.
Right.
So had the officers allowed that to happen, if they just stepped back and said, "Fuck it, it's not my job. I'm going home to my wife tonight." And that car had fishtailed out of control and hit a truck full of puppies.
Like it did with a dead driver.
Well, it hit an unoccupied vehicle, but let's just say that it hit a pedestrian, somebody walking, because now she's driving angrily and at things and maybe not seeing. Obviously, she didn't. She looked directly at the officer and decided to, accelerate towards him anyway. So, by the way, that does carry a measure of intent. Although we can kind of give her a pass because maybe she was freaked out, but that does convey a measure of intent, which turns the vehicle into a deadly weapon. But let's just say that she misses him. He doesn't shoot her. The cops do what cops do and say, "Well, we'll get in the car and we'll go get her." And she hit a bunch of puppies. Now, the fact that the officer had the shot, but he didn't take it because fuck it, who cares? What would the public outcry be that he ought to have stopped her so that she didn't run into that truckload of puppies and kill them all?
I think well, in this scenario, it's a lose-lose situation. The public is going to be upset because there's a bad outcome either way. And the public should be upset because, actually, instead of stating it, Grid, was the situation escalated or de-escalated when the police are around? When I started
All right, I'm going to read this, and then I'm going to.
Did they make it more or less dangerous?
I think they made it. I don't think they added to the danger. I think she made it more dangerous. She made it more dangerous. She is responsible for her actions, Dusty. She is responsible for putting that car into drive and driving directly towards a cop.
I'm
literally driving directly towards him. You can't excuse that away. She did that. He did not do that. He did not tell her to do that. You can't just go, he shouldn't have been there, so he's responsible for this. He did not make her do that.
For the public,
but he did not make her do that. He did not do that. You can't say that.
The police are responsible for the public safety, not the civilians, right?
Okay, sure. Then he should have shot her from the minute they walked up. That would have been a lot safer.
She's part of the public. Who was the public in more or less danger before the cops started addressing her?
Well, so you don't want them then to instigate any?
I think that no.
Hold the fuck on. You don't want cops to come up to people who are literally sitting there hawking the horn and following them around and being dickheads. Okay. You don't want cops to initiate contact? Is that what you're saying?
I'll mute up. You build the straw man.
No, I'm not building a straw man. What did you just say? If they had not contacted her, would the public be more safe? That's what you just said. So correct. You don't want them to contact her?
There you go. That's what I didn't say. There are ways to handle this that is not three men just walking up, grabbing car handles, jumping in front of the car.
But that's not what they did.
Yes,
they didn't walk up and no. Now you're straw manning, and actually you're literally making shit up that didn't happen. They walked up and said, "Get out of the car," because she had been creating a public nuisance and obstructing their investigation. And she didn't make this choice. She could have just said, "Okay, officer, I'll get out of the car."
You're right. She could have said that.
And she ought to have said that. She should have.
She ought to have done that.
Yes.
However,
but the officer did not make it less safe.
She did not do that, though. Now, at this point, one cop decides to start grabbing the car with his hands. The other one decides to move in front of it. You have a non-cooperative. Hold on. Let me finish. You have a non-cooperative person who's not complying with arrest. And you think you're going to stop the car with your fucking hands.
The cop in front didn't know anything about that. The cop at the side was pulling on the door handle before she drove off. So that's what cops do all the time. They literally grab door handles and yank people out of cars.
Which is a reckless thing. That's why cops kill more people than, what did I say? Terrorists, illegal immigrants, and I'm not going to let this go. You literally said that the public would have been safer if they had not initiated contact. Yes,
I find that hard to believe.
Now, I'm not saying they shouldn't initiate contact. I'm saying that there's that when the cops arrive there, the spirit, the reason that they are employed in that role in the first place, the reason we have laws at all, they worked contrary to it because they're little dudes with little dicks and little egos.
Okay, and that's what it is. You have a problem with the cops regardless. You're never going to admit that this was a good shoot. You would never admit that the cop. Okay, it would be fine if you said, "Hey, the cop procedurally, there's things that the cops could have done better." However, this lady put the public at risk. She made bad choices, and the cops did what they had to do. You'll never say that.
There's lots of ways.
I don't think you'll ever say it, period, because you don't think cops should. I honestly started to think you don't think cops should arrest people.
The cops have a higher standard for behavior than she does. The cops rushed her aggressively instead of. They
did not rush her. They walked up to her, and that one dude just lounged, literally lackadaisically walking around the vehicle. They're not even assuming a threat. They're literally thinking, "Hey, this is a soccer mom that we're going to lecture sternly and let her go," and she turns it into getting shot in the face. I'm behind on a super chats. Give me 1 minute.
God damn it! You're gonna interrupt me every time I'm trying to say
something. No. Go ahead.
Super chats. Fuck the fuck it button. God damn it! Now what was I gonna say? I need that socket, or I need that wrench too. Hold on, I need to find that and not lose it.
You need a wrench?
It's an Allen wrench.
Did you just throw an Allen wrench across the room?
Yeah, I got it.
All right.
Yeah, I bought a triple monitor mount, and it came with, so I need to put it together.
Yeah.
I don't remember where I was. Go ahead.
Okay. $5 comes in from Fuck It Button. You don't get it, Grid. If you stand in front of a car doing your job, you obviously deserve to be under it purposefully. By someone who tracked you down.
You're retarded. That's all I'm going to say to your donor. Fuck it button. You're retarded. Yes, you have an obligation to at least have a little bit of self-preservation, right? You can't be so careless that you don't even consider the threat while simultaneously constantly thinking your life's in danger. It doesn't work.
Okay. All right. Fuck It Button comes in with another $5. Don't plan your day around stalking, harassing, and obstructing agents, and you won't be in the position to try and run over and get shot for it. That stings. It stings. I'm not gonna lie.
Don't be mean to cops or they get to shoot you.
So,
yeah, maybe we shouldn't hire such pussies and give them guns.
Glare, you're right. I understand I actually really do understand Flo's position on this, and I like fucking with him about it a little bit because I know that he will never admit that the cops were justified in doing anything.
They're not justified in shooting her.
Okay.
I mean,
So,
hold on.
but he says, Grid, you're trying to convince someone who's had their house raided 3 times. That's true. And he was ratted out.
Yeah,
And they took all of his money.
I don't like civilians either.
He just hates everybody.
Mm-hmm.
But do you hate everybody? See, I hate everyone, but I hate everyone equally. So it works
No,
out.
I hate people at court, and there's a tiered system, and cops are second on the tier. First is prosecutors.
Oh, I got you. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Where do rich old fucks that scream at you on the internet fall?
Pretty on the hate tier, pretty low. Like,
Pretty low. Okay.
Yeah, no,
Fair enough.
I don't mind it.
Fair enough. I honestly, I really think that's the closest I've ever seen Dusty to losing his shit.
Oh, I've lost my shit before.
Well, I mean, I don't hang around you enough to see it. So
I lost my shit on EOD. EOD was probably the most I've lost my shit on anybody.
EOD? Really? Wow.
Because he has positions. I don't remember what we're even talking about, but he has positions that, in my opinion, are based on some sort of on feeling, on like, but are completely devoid of logic. And I don't remember the specifics, but I was asking him questions, and his responses were just to make the claim again.
Oh.
And after, like, it just was driving me nuts because he was getting emotional, but all he could say was to restate the claim. He's just making the claim again. He's not. There's nothing underlying it. And I got tired of it, and I flipped out. I had enough of a crash.
Apparently, it was epic. What say Lou says it was epic. So, Glenn Lawrence asked, "Why is mommy and daddy fighting again?" Because you didn't get good grades. That's why.
It is your fault, Glenn.
Glenn, we were talking earlier about my website that you want to buy and are really upset that I'm not using. So, and now Dusty is upset that I'm not using it. So,
we're going to use it.
So, but yeah. All right. Well, this was good, Dusty. I appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I'm not going to change your mind on it, right?
No, you're not. You did see that. You saw Illumitami crash out and shoot the gun, right?
Who?
Bro. Hold on. All right, I'll put a link in back for you.
I don't know who Illumitami is.
Oh my god! How did you miss this? It is some of my finest antagonism work. I made this dude so mad he shot his gun off on his own live stream. Got his whole channel taken down for it.
Seriously?
Yeah. It's great.
Yeah, just throw it over in Discord, bro. Glenn Lawrence is like, well, he has every right to be upset because that is a waste of a good website name. Yeah. No, it's not in Discord. It's over here. All right, let's see.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
Panel verse president. This dude is flipping the fuck. What the fuck? Damn, Flow State.
Isn't that good?
And you did this?
Oh yeah, so I've got the longer version. I can share that in Discord. I got to dig it up because it's unlisted. But yeah, I had been up on his panel. He had literally just thrown me backstage right before this happened, and then I dropped out. So he was mad at me. He's ranting at me, and then he shut the gun off.
Bruh.
Hey, pretty good. But this is and then this is the one with the EOD where I flipped out at EOD.
Oh, you flipped out at this time. Okay.
I flipped out at EOD.
Okay. All right, I'll play this when I can. I'll play it when I can add volume to it. So I'm not gonna do it.
Yeah,
now.
I was just giving them to you for you. I'm not like
Yeah, I
expecting
appreciate that. Appreciate that.
to play them, but you can if you want.
Yeah.
The one with
You
Tommy,
want to see the ND? No, we're not doing that. No, fuck no.
the ND.
Negligent discharge.
Oh yeah. Here, I'll put it in Grid's Discord.
Yeah, throw it in the Discord over in the entertainment section. So play it for the audience. No.
So that one you can get away with playing because it's got the text overlay and stuff. It's stylized enough that it doesn't trip out. But when I had the raw footage, that would catch me. That would get my streams dropped.
Yeah, I don't want. Yeah, we're not doing that. No, I'm old and everything. We don't need to hear about me discharging prematurely. I do not. That is not a problem for me.
Entertainment. I don't know where entertainment is. Cinema library.
Yeah, it doesn't matter where you throw it.
I'll put it in self promo.
There you go. There you go. Glenn, did you get my earlier message that the party on Wednesday night is at 7, and so I would have to do that show earlier than 7 and still have time to get over there. Rumor has it that it's the best party at SHOT Show, so if you don't get there,
all right,
early,
guys, I put it in Grid's Discord under self promo.
There you go. So let me know what's.
It's worth watching. I'm pleased with myself. Yeah.
What's between you and Machine Lies?
He got big mad because I told him he didn't win his debate against Andrew.
Oh, I remember. I was listening to that. I was working in my garage and Andrew you were reviewing a live stream where Andrew tore his ass up.
Right. I don't even like Andrew, but he objectively won. Andrew won that debate for sure. Right?
Yeah.
So, but he didn't take it well.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he didn't just kind of win either. He won one.
Oh, dude, it was crazy. I was listening to it and I was like, holy fuck, this is brutal. So, yeah. It wasn't just objectively, it was just all of it. I put a link to my Discord. Absolutely, brother. I got you, man. I got you. So.
And if you can't find, if anyone wants to see it who doesn't have Discord, it's on one of the shorts. It's one of the older ones. But if you go to the Powdered Dusty, and go to the shorts, it's one and scroll down a ways, you'll find it.
Mm-hmm. It's just been a lot of drama going on lately, man. I mean, all of this stuff with OG and a whole crowd of people and
man, I don't even like that shit. I haven't had anything to do with it. That's not.
I don't even know what happened.
I don't either. It's not good drama though. It's like shit drama.
Low tier.
Yeah. He said, she said, blah 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 nonsense. It's the sort of drama that it's like you could just ignore it, right? Like
yeah.
Everybody involved could just ignore the situation, I think.
What's the deal with you and Landry? Because I know that so I tell you that I popped into your stream one day while I was working. So when I work in my garage, I just whoever's live, I try and listen to just to be a dude. I'm not even really into it, but it gives you watch hours. You know, it's helpful, right?
A little noise, yeah, I do the same thing.
And I heard Landry sounding like a kicked puppy because you weren't using him for some job or something, or he was supposed to do something for you and you ended up having to do it. I'm really not sure. I'm just, and this has been several weeks. So
when he first arrived to YouTube, really what he was, I don't know if you know who Jeranism is, but he's a bigger channel that he was in the flat earth community. He's one of the guys who went to the South Pole. He's a big flat earther. And then he just changed his mind and he lost all of his audience. Right. Landry had been employed by him as the editing guy and stuff. He does a lot of AI stuff. But so when he first came to and started interacting on panels, he was mostly looking for a new employer, right, to make things for. And so I had an idea, and I brought it to him. I said, look, this is my idea. I don't know how much work it is for you, but let's, if you help me make this, I'm happy to pay you for it. So I gave him the idea. Then that night on his stream, he had been working on it throughout the day. And that night on his stream, he starts showing his audience the chunks of the incomplete product that I'm commissioning him for. And I said, it's not a big deal. I'm not mad. I just said, I don't want to pay for a video clip that you.
That's what I was listening to. Was you saying that? Yeah.
And he just took it really fucking weird.
It sounded like it.
Really,
I quit, and I didn't hear the whole thing, so I only heard a part of it. So
yeah, so I told him I didn't want to, that I wasn't going to pay him. That basically I didn't even, I fired him, I suppose, but I just said, I'm not interested in continuing with the project because you just took the components and gave them away to your audience. So why am I going to pay you to make yourself something out of my idea?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But then, the next day he's like asking me, are we still going to do this? And I said, no, I'm not interested. And then 3 days later, I've got other people coming up to me going, Landry's really confused about where you guys are on the project. I'm like, I don't know why he's confused. So, anyways, that was the first, and I don't know. Landry is neurotic or something. He's just impossible to work with. So, I don't have any malice for the guy. Dude. I don't have any malice for him. He's just weird and difficult.
Yeah, he was like really fixated on me buying subs or something for a while, and then he was, I don't know. It was a very odd.
Did he nod off on your stream?
He wasn't. I don't think he's ever been on my stream long enough.
He came over and talked to you one time. He fell asleep during it, didn't he?
I mean, he might have, because
I think maybe I'm tripping.
K2 Keep On Trucking comes in with, I support union members at ICE, FOP, and Border Patrol. Okay, solid. Good seeing you again, K2 Keep On Trucking. I missed having you around.
Trample on me.
But yeah, so he might have. I mean, I don't remember him being on. I don't think that he's ever been on the stream long enough to nod off. But I mean, it could have happened.
Yeah, I thought I remembered he did, but I don't know.
But
so yeah, I don't know.
He just seemed really weird to me, and I didn't know what to make. I didn't know if he was a troublemaker or if he was just somebody that was like, just kind of a fed, kind of a spy kind of guy who was just like
my kind of read on it, and this is just my interpretation entirely. Like, I could entirely be wrong. I feel like he is under stress, and he's looking for something and not finding it, or it feels like he's like he's trying to resolve something, but cannot get it done, right? So because he kind of goes up, and it's kind of manic. It's manic in energy. So I don't know.
Cam thinks that he definitely does opiates, and he's dying to be relevant. I don't have any opinion on that.
Yeah,
I don't have a problem with Landry, or I don't even. I mean, my problem with Machine Lies is I think that the couple of interactions I've had with him is he is just too far gone on drugs to be taken seriously.
Oh yeah, he thinks that I don't know if he thinks this or whatever, but he always associates you with Mossad.
With what? With Mossad?
Mossad.
Yes, because I said that the Mossad are very efficient at killing people.
I mean, that just sounds like probably an objective truth.
I assume that it's an objective truth, and they're very good spies, right? They're very, very good at what they do.
Yeah, I think that's.
I don't know whether they're evil. I don't know whether they're good, but they're very good at what they do. Like, no bullshit. Like, I really think that if the Mossad wants you dead, you're dead.
Probably.
Right.
I would think so. I wouldn't fuck with them.
Right. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah.
Is that a K-bar knife right there? What are you spinning?
Oh, this is a CKRT. It's kind of like a modified Tanto.
I had one that looked kind of like that. That was a serial, but it was it folded.
Yeah,
it was kind of a dope folding knife.
Yeah. Let's see. Bandit says, I probably won't come on tonight, but looking at Discord, I'm not seeing the room to enter for voice chat. I do have a voice chat. But I
trying to get up here.
Huh?
He's trying to get up here, I think.
Oh, if you're trying to get up here, I don't use Discord for voice to have people on. That's gay. I don't do that. I have balls. I don't need to do that stuff.
I agree.
Fuck it button $5 says no. It's trample on thee, especially if thee shows up in search of a good trampling. What am I saying? Commies aren't people. So the other night I had
Trump
this.
is a commie.
The other night I was in a debate on Primes, and I was pretty much the sole conservative voice, and I had libertarian. And
you don't think libertarians are conservative?
And ANCAP libertarians. And then, so I had Lactoid, who I consider a right-leaning libertarian. He was on my side. I had Scott, who was a full-on ANCAP, who was like, death to all commies, and, whatever. And so he wasn't really being that useful which is different because normally he's very, he's really good. But, and we were actually talking about, what was it? So I was debating this guy who, the guy who was making the most noise, was literally like way the fuck out left field, like super lefty. And I actually put up this meme from this Polish guy. I've got it. Let me just pull this up really quick. I'll see if I can't share the screen. It's really good. But I put it up, and the guy's like, I don't know what you're trying to say there. And I'm like, oh, I put it up there for Scott, right? Because he said something, and I thought it was fucking funny. And so I wanted to kind of meme that shit out. But I put up a bunch of memes because the lefties were full boat lefty the other night. Extra lefty. And so let me see if I can find this again. Well, I put this one up. I think this is always a good one when we start talking about ICE and whatnot. You'll appreciate this, I think. Maybe not. Remember when Bill Clinton and Janet Reno sent men with automatic weapons to kick a child refugee out of America and Democrats cheered? Look at that little guy. Look at him. Look at him. Yeah, I remember.
So I think that this is exactly the problem. Our tribalism gets used against us, right? It's bullshit when either side does it, but we're so wrapped up like disliking liberals that we just distract ourselves with each other. And then
I don't. It doesn't make a difference whether it's liberal or not. I just don't like it. Like I think that while we ought not, we ought not need to send men with automatic weapons in to expel children from the country. I acknowledge that there is a time where we have to send police in to do it.
This is
both sides, but you can't just because your team happens to be in control, say, yeah, this is okay, and then on the other side of it be like, well, yeah, because you guys are doing the same thing, but now it's not okay. There needs to be consistency, right?
I agree. It's hypocritical of them.
And the hypocrisy is really the big issue for me. It's not, look, whatever the policy is, make that the policy. and then fuck all the dumb shit. For me, now I'm not saying that everybody, has my.
But I mean,
discerning.
enforcement action needs to be proportionate to the offense. Immigration, your immigration status is not a run in with machine guns crime. It's an administrative violation and should be treated as such.
Yeah, no, it never has been, and I hear a lot of people saying that, but that's literally never been the case. We literally throughout history have expelled people,
and I'm not saying they shouldn't be expelled. I'm saying that
by using force.
Yes,
but
if the only thing that they've done is that they're here illegally, that does not warrant this response.
What response do you think it warrants?
At the time of arrest, if because all this, everyone's always
well, you're going to
saying,
send men with guns to arrest them, right?
I would not send men with. I mean, obviously, any violation, if you don't comply with the punishment prescribed to it, then it's going to escalate, right? A jaywalking ticket's going to turn into a standoff if you just don't comply the whole way through. But but no, if somebody's here illegally, I do not think that we need to send people to round them up and find them. If they're living here illegally, if their visa's expired, and we haven't run into them in some other capacity, if we haven't picked them up for drugs or nothing, I say that we just don't enforce it. Now, the problem people will be picked up anyways because they're doing shit that's illegal. But at no point do I think it's like, you know what? We've got all these people who haven't filled out their paperwork yet. Bring in the SWAT team. They need to renew their license.
But that's not what we're talking about here.
Yeah,
I think you're oversimplifying.
Well, I probably am, but that's So what am I missing in the nature of the conversation?
Well, all right. So first of all, let's just say that first of all, if you're going out, we're not talking about people who have simply although in some cases we are currently talking about people who have overstayed their visas. Those people are usually contacted by unarmed people to start with.
Sounds good.
The people that are getting contacted by armed people in tactical gear are people who have been contacted multiple times that have refused to leave or have come in illegally and we know are committing crimes of some kind.
Well, if we know that they're committing crimes, then that's what they should be arrested for, right? It shouldn't. The crux of the matter should not be.
Well, no. No. The federal crime supersedes the local crime.
No, it does not.
Their immigration status supersedes the local crime.
Really? So if they murder somebody in the state, that's not as big a deal as if they don't.
If they murder somebody in the States, okay, and they're here illegally, and they can be deported before their murder trial for sure. That's happened. They actually just had this case in Thailand, I think, maybe the Philippines. I think it may be the Philippines, where a Russian who has an American green card, who is technically a resident of the United States, was in, and he's a social media influencer. He was in the Philippines causing a bunch of problems. He assaulted some people. He physically, was being very disruptive and a bunch of other things. The Filipino police arrested him, locked him up, put him in jail for his crimes, and now they're deporting him not back to the United States, but back to Russia, his country of origin. They are not recognizing the fact that he is a green card holder in the United States.
So
this is true with that's the same thing holds true with the United States. Also, Glenn's saying that if they murdered somebody in this state, it's still a federal crime. They just added to their federal crime.
How is it still a federal crime? States.
He would have to ask him. I don't know that to be the truth. I mean, I don't know it not to be the truth. I just don't know that it's true.
Yeah, same.
But Glenn was a corrections officer, and I'm sure he knows what people got sent to fucking jail for.
Well, do you think cops know the law?
I do not.
I don't.
I actually think your average correction officer probably knows more law than the average.
Your average correction officer wishes he was a cop. He just is too retarded.
But he probably knows more law because he has
I
to
don't
listen
know.
to the inmates jailhouse lawyering their shit all the time.
Inmates don't know shit for the law.
Really? I thought all those jailhouse lawyers were the bomb, baby.
I was the jailhouse lawyer. I mean, but think
Were
about
you
like,
really?
Yeah, I was, but only because. Well, I mean, I am actually a pretty good jailhouse lawyer, but you know,
If I do
20,
say so
20, 30,
myself.
30, like a third of the people in there can't even read.
Really?
Yeah.
That seems suspect.
I mean, it might seem suspect, but it's you know, to varying degrees. But there was one guy who's a white guy, actually from the States. He wasn't even like English was a second language. He couldn't read anything.
Really?
Yeah, and I'd help him write letters to his girlfriend, and he'd just have to tell me what to write, and I'd write it for him. Like he couldn't do shit.
This is what I put up for Scott the other night.
Hold on.
This guy offed like several hundred Russians.
And that's gangster. I'm down with that. I don't like commies.
Yeah.
I'm not a fan of commies.
Yeah, that was what I put that up the other night, and because Scott said, you know, he doesn't care about communists. Communists are all wrong. Fuck them all. And I'm like, all right.
Yeah, we can almost get down there. The issue is when it's our police in our country. Would I love to clap up communists? Yes, but if we just that's how we fuck ourselves by letting the cops do shit to our enemies that they'll then do to us down the road. Let's see. Are you gonna let Bandit up? He keeps trying to get
If
up
he
here.
wants to come up, yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I haven't. I'm sorry, guys. I was kind of distracted. I wasn't really paying attention to chat, so I apologize.
My daughter had her she's in driver's ed.
Oh
today
boy.
and stuff. And then they break for lunch. And I've got one daughter, so she's spoiled as shit. And she's like, "Will you pick me up for lunch?" So it's like, yeah. So I drop her off in the morning, and then I go back at 11:30, and then she gets out at 3. So I'm just killing time around town, and instead of driving back up to my house, which was like 20 minutes away. And God, it was an expensive day. Like
wow.
I can spend some money when it's now $700 of it was American Eagles. So that's, I guess, not necessarily an expense so much as a.
Yeah. I just think that it's a, I don't know, man. I think that we're really, we really are. I don't know. Where I see kind of what you're saying with the idea of, just having, deputies or something go out or not agents, but representatives or whatever go out and say, hey, your visa's expired, pal. You need to take care of it. I'll at the same time say that, hey, if you're here on a visa of some kind and it's about to expire, you should be smart enough to take care of that. Now, my wife came to the United States on a student visa. And
your wife seems like she functions at a higher level than anybody that we even talk to on a daily basis.
Right, that's true. But
I'm not going to hold anybody to her standard.
Right, but and so she was already actually getting her citizenship when I met her. So that and she was kind of torn on it because you can't really have dual citizenship as a Chinese person.
Yeah, well, I'm sure she's still got. I don't know how that worked out, but I'm sure that she still got that Chinese loyalty. I hear it's pretty deep. You don't have to answer that. I'm just
the Chinese what?
Loyalty.
No. She was just in China and she was talking about how bad the economy is, how you know, how there's the government has lost a ton of support from the people over the past few months, mostly because of Trump's tariffs.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, because
how is that affecting them? Like what's the
well, they're like sorry. So for example, one of her schoolmates, his son hangs out with my son when she's over there. And apparently they kind of hung out. Obviously I wasn't there, so it was just like the dude, his wife, their son, my wife, and my son. And the guy's son takes an Uber every day to his college. And he says that he's never seen so many CEOs that are now Uber drivers. Because if you're in, if all of the manufacturers, so and you can even grok this shit, which is impressive because the Chinese tries to suppress a lot of this shit. So the fact that Grok can pick it up is pretty fucking impressive. But they're in manufacturing, standard manufacturing, not high tech, textiles, all kinds of other things. They're it's in a huge slump. Their real estate market is fucking shattered. In all of the coastal cities and in bigger and larger cities because where the manufacturing is. And that's because with the tariffs in place, we're just not buying as much. And now I personally think that this is I think the Chinese leadership is doing the right thing and that it's going to be painful, but China will come out ahead, where we ought to be doing the same thing, but we're pussies and we won't take the pain. And our leadership, they're just going to make they're going to not pump up the economy. They're not going to fuck around with interest rates. They're not going to do any of that. Well, I mean, they have kind of fucked around with interest rates a little bit to depress the real estate value so that people can afford homes and shit like that. But they're going to put, as these people who have gotten used to making really, really good money, as their economy normalizes to where it should have been this whole time, they're just making the people take the pain, cinch the belt, all of that. And our government will not do that. Our government puts in a bunch of safety nets to keep that from happening. And that fucks us every damn time.
Yeah. I don't think they're safety nets. They're deferring. They're kicking the can down the road.
Sure, but it's you hear it referred to as constantly as social safety nets, right? They don't want people to be poor. Where China's perfectly happy to have poor people so that they can then build build more actual wealth later, and they're willing to. Their government seems willing to make the hard choices now, whether their people like them or not.
Historically, as the central reserve currency, we're the only ones who have had the capacity to do that and export our inflation.
Yeah, they're not even trying to export inflation. As a matter of fact,
they couldn't possibly do it though, because
like
I guess when's the last time you needed a ruble, right? Like,
but the thing is that like. So the Chinese have for years been trying to focus on their internal market and build it up. But it's too easy for their manufacturing to sell offshore. And so it's, now that Trump has come in and slapped a 45% up to 100% tariff in place, now they can start focusing inward. Now it's going to be painful, right?
No,
it's going to fucking hurt.
I do remember reading about them wanting to boost the consumption portion of their economy, consumer spending.
Yeah, they do not have enough consumerism. And in the malls, it's shocking when you go. My wife said when you go to the malls where they had all of these retail stores, now you have almost where it would be like 70% retail and 30% food and beverage. Now it's the reverse. It's like 70% food and beverage, eateries, that kind of thing, 30% retail. Because people still want to go out, people still want to go to the mall, but they're not buying anything. They'll just eat. And
That's what I do at the mall.
and the competition is so fierce that places just shut down. Service has to be excellent. The price has to be good. Otherwise, there's another place right, 2 doors down that's going to cut your throat. So it's again, most of China is the purest capitalism you can think of. And so, but their government is absolutely communist. It's a weird mix.
Well, everybody in their day-to-day life is a capitalist.
Sure. Even communists are capitalists,
right?
In theory.
I mean, Not Laws is one of my favorite communists because he supports me with capitalism.
I don't think he's super chatted me. He doesn't like me. He thinks I'm bad. And I call him an idiot a lot.
He's one of them. It might be, maybe it's a Canadian thing. I don't know. His capacity to think is detached from his capacity to put it in reality, right?
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. That's a very diplomatic way to put it.
Well, he has super chatted me, probably because I'm diplomatic like that.
Yeah, probably.
You didn't know that about me, did you? You didn't know I could be diplomatic.
That's right. Motorsports Man bad. TVT is correct. Bandit 848 says, sorry I was going to join, but my better judgment tells me to bow out this time. That's fine.
What?
Totally cool.
Why is that? Now I'm curious.
Well, partially because I'm an hour and 18 minutes long, and
I know, but hurry up, Bandit. We got to get out of here. Let's go.
Dusty's no big deal. I mean, look, he's not a bad guy, and I like arguing with him to some degree.
I haven't been watching the chat. Was Bandit raging at me or you? Probably me.
Kind of, yeah, mostly you. It's okay.
Come on, Bandit. I can take it.
But yeah, so we have been able to offshore our financial problems for a very long time, and China's not. So the scary part to me is that China goes back to like it was in the 70s. And early 80s, where it's just walled off, right? Like they don't let anybody in, they don't let anybody out. They go back to all of that, right?
Okay.
And that
is a
that
concern
would be
for you because your wife's from there.
Well, also I own property there, so that would hurt me financially. But but
I bet that's lost value.
Yeah, but. It has actually lost.
If you took that money,
I mean, I would make money if I sold still, but it's not anywhere near where it was.
I could have quadrupled your money in 5 years if you'd invested with Dusty Enterprises.
But I could have gone to prison.
No, that was different enterprises. Yeah, no, they put me out of business.
But seriously, it's I think that they'll wallet. I think they'll do that, and the reason why that concerns me is the American people. If they did that, it would be like honestly, it would be like it could be a 48-hour thing where they would literally just kick all non-Chinese out, and they would not let Chinese people leave, which they've done before multiple times in history. And if they do that, it hurts us because we get a lot of cheap goods still from China. And I used to joke that anything under $100 is made in China.
It's true.
And even though we have the capacity to manufacture all the things here and we can do a good job of it, and even now we could actually probably be very competitive price-wise, we would literally have to retool or basically respawn an entire manufacturing
We
segment.
can be competitive price-wise.
and even then, well, but there wouldn't be any competition.
I know, but we offshore manufacturing jobs because we've reached a point of prosperity where nobody wanted those jobs anymore. Certainly not for the same price that they would do it. If we bring those jobs back, those same jobs, if those same jobs are made permanently attractive to American citizens again, that's a permanent return to a lower standard of living.
Could be, but understand that we're still the largest manufacturing country or nation on the planet. Even the Chinese don't make more shit than us.
Is that a fact?
It is.
Like
But mostly,
actual
physical things, because we make big shit, complex shit like airplanes, trains, all kinds of fucking boats, cars, things that go in cars, technology. We make a lot of shit that's really complex and really specialized, but we still make more of it than anybody. But we don't make widgets very much anymore, right?
Yeah. Nobody wants to stand in a Rubbermaid factory and spend 12 hours a day with an X-Acto knife just cutting the trim off of plastic moldings.
Correct. Right. Yeah. Nobody wants to. I mean, we do make paint here, and we export a lot of chemical stuff. We export a lot of farm equipment. We do a lot of that kind. But we're definitely not exporting erasers, right? We're not exporting Bic pens, right? But if all of a sudden we could not get that out of China, then a lot of it would have to return to the United States, and the pricing on that would go back up to a more realistic level, right? To maintain the wage growth, as you very accurately predicted. And what that would do is while it might lower the standard of living, but it might also improve standards of living depending on how our economy goes, right?
No,
because we wouldn't be using disposable shit. Because a lot of the disposable shit wouldn't be available.
Yeah, that's a lower standard of living. If I need to refill this $2 lighter instead of buy a new one, that's a lower standard of living.
But if you have a nice solid brass Zippo that you fill once a week or once every 2 weeks, that's a better standard of living.
That's already an option.
It is an option,
right? And
but it's only but the Bic is only. And I don't know that Bics aren't made here, by the way. But it's a good example. Right. So if Bics aren't imported anymore, and your choice is an expensive disposable lighter or a normal, or a Zippo or a Dunhill or whatever that's going to last for 30 years, you have a higher standard of living because you have a higher quality product, even though it might have cost you a little more.
I understand that argument. However, like,
you don't have TikTok?
No, I don't. And
based. Fucking based. I don't have TikTok either.
And he won't debate me anyways. He tried when I joined fucking what's his name? Chaotic Truths when he was on. First thing he did was try to get me thrown off. Try to get me. So he doesn't want anything to do with me. You should tell him to come over here and debate Dusty.
No, I gotta go to bed, man.
All right, or come to I'll debate him. But yeah, he's it's not me who's, just like with Marte, it's not me who's preventing these things. All right, I guess what's his name? Bandit decided to go with his better judgment, which is disappointing.
Right. It's all right. There's always another night, man. It's always another night.
All right.
It was a good discussion on the economy. You were one of the few people who didn't really fight me on the fact that the Chinese economy is fucked up right now. A lot of people, for some reason, think the Chinese are still doing super well.
Yeah, it's they're not doing it at all. They're hurting worse than we are, but it's because the reason they had that impression is because, well, Trump, right? That's the big fear mongering, right? It's not.
Well, America needs a boogeyman. I say that all the time. I'm like, don't believe half the shit you hear because America needs a boogeyman.
Same thing is happening with the immigrants.
But I don't have a problem the problem is I don't have a problem enforcing the law.
Do you have a problem with politicians lying to you?
All politicians lie to me. I mean, I have a problem
no.
with it, but that doesn't. I can't solve that problem. If I could solve that problem, brother, we'd be
I'm
in
not
business.
asking you to solve it. I'm asking you not to help.
Yeah,
them
I
do
have
it.
I have a problem with politicians lying to me.
Okay.
Again, I literally put up the meme where all of a sudden it's wrong to go after immigrants from the Democrat point of view. They're protesting in the street, yet when Bill Clinton did it, totally fucking cool. And he did it to a kid who was an actual refugee
Oh
who
yeah,
was
and
being
Bill
hunted.
Clinton's responsible for fucking what's that? David, was it David Koresh? Waco.
Well, that's Janet Reno. Yeah. Waco,
Yeah,
which was a total fucking shit show, and Ruby Ridge. Also,
the thing about
fucking-
Waco that's I think is significant is he tried to turn himself in beforehand. Like,
dude, the sheriff had breakfast with him like the day before. Can you imagine? Can you imagine trying to make the argument that this is a dangerous person that we have to literally bring a SWAT team in to arrest this person when the day before he had breakfast with the sheriff?
I know it's so egregious. You would think that people would stop trusting these agents.
Well, Janet Reno's whole deal was just fucked up. She, like, but that's one of the reasons why I think we have to be very careful who we put in charge of these agencies. And I actually did not like Kash Patel to start with, but I'm warming up to him. His performance in the hearings, where he's literally like, "Hey, we've caught more child predators. We're doing this. We're doing that. They fired like 800 people that don't meet the requirements, that are writing debt, all of this kind of bullshit." Like, that's the kind of shit I want to see happen. If the motherfucker can't meet the physical requirements, shit can the motherfucker, right? Like, get him out or her out, you know? And they were pissed at, did you see the Senate hearing where they were pissed?
TVT. The king has every right to tax his colonies. So Trump doesn't even have the right to be president because we should still be under the authority of his majesty.
Mm.
If you're going to lick boots, lick it all the way.
Anyway, pardon me. I've been debating like every fucking day for a week and a half. I don't even know how I have a voice left, but
all that semen is good for your throat.
I don't have that advantage, and I'm not taking that recommendation from you. So anyway, so Kash Patel, literally, they were sitting there. They had this just weird ass looking senator from, I think, Hawaii or somewhere. It was like, well, you know, it's really hard to do a pull up. Maybe that shouldn't be part of the standard. And Kash Patel was straight up like, if you can't do the minimum amount of pull ups, you don't get to carry a gun and arrest people. Like, that's, you can't do it. Like, there's a minimum requirement to carry a gun and go arrest people and chase people and do all. I mean, like, there's a minimum requirement here, and we're not dumbing it down. He's grown on me. Like, I honestly thought he was a fucking meme to start with, but he's growing on me. Now, Pam Bondi, though, Pam Bondi's like, damn. If I was a woman, I would be really pissed that Pam Bondi makes women look so bad.
Plot twist: Pam Bondi's a man.
That would be a hell of a plot twist. Somebody should tell her husband.
Plot twist: he knows he's a woman. All right, I'm picking off. Thank you for having me.
All right, man. Hey, man.
Even those
thanks
of you
for coming up, man. Appreciate the cordialness.
Well, I
and all
appreciate you being tolerant even when I throw temper tantrums. So
I don't care. I know you're a big baby. It's okay. I have kids. I have a 5-year-old. I understand how to deal with you.
Right on.
The only difference between you and my 5-year-old is you need to shave, and you can throw things further.
True. All right, be good.
All right, see you, man. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I got to get the fuck out of here. I'm an hour and a half long. My wife is gonna be so pissed. But if I get in, maybe I'll still get a little, because I'll be out of town for a week. It's gonna be a rough week. Pot meat kettle. What's up, 13? Where have you been, my man? Where have you been? Dude, where you been? Bro. Yes, Darwin, take care, man. You guys, thanks for hanging out. I know I'm losing my voice. I apologize. It's been a great night. No computer. Damn, son. I'm sorry. Sorry to hear that, brother. Hit me up over on Discord sometime. You guys have a great rest of your night. I'm not going to send you anywhere. Go find your own home on the internet tonight. Love you guys. Parasocially. As always, be cool. Wear the glasses if you need them. Also, buy some merch. It's cool. It's cool merch. And like, share the stream. Tell your friends. Raid the Crucible. I can raid the Crucible. That's where everybody's at anyway. All right. Let's see here. I need the link. Click. Boom. You guys are a really good audience. Thank you for hanging out so long. It's been a long-ass night. Really appreciate it. This will probably be the last actual stream until I get to Vegas. So you guys have a good rest of your weekend. I may jump on if I get some time tomorrow. I may jump on for maybe like an hour or something, something like that. Maybe jump on somebody else's show, something like that. But if not, if you don't see me, you'll see me from SHOT Show. I'll be doing some lives. I'll be doing some other stuff. Go hang out with the Crucible. In the meantime, as always, be cool. Wear the glasses. Do all the like and share things. And go hang out over at the Crucible's lawn. What's up, Natalia? Good to see you. You guys have a great night.